Hey dreamers, imagine relaxing in bed as it rains outside as you prepare to embrace the transformative power of sleep. You can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and close your eyes. And as you drift deeply and soundly asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. But each time you listen to these stories, people say they become like an old friend. You just find yourself drifting asleep quicker and easier and sleeping comfortably through the night. And with your eyes closed, you don't have to pay any attention to the way your body is preparing for sleep, the way you're beginning to relax as a mind and body, the way you seem to almost be breathing in peace and calm and breathing out any stress and tension. You can just focus on absorbing yourself into the story, like tuning in to an area of stillness in your mind. And you can always keep in mind that when you hear me telling these stories, then you can let go of wakefulness and drift into the most pleasant sleep. And you can imagine a calming light flowing through you as you begin to enter the first stage of sleep, allowing that stillness to set in and the muscles to relax, like enjoying the ever-present comfort of your bed lulling you gently asleep. So as you listen to me and drift asleep, you may find yourself falling asleep before you realize, or realizing you're falling asleep and trying to stay awake for a moment. And that's okay. You can let go, relax, and just enjoy the process of drifting asleep into slumberland. So as you drift comfortably asleep with your eyes closed, you can listen to me tell this story in the background, guiding you through this experience. And I don't know whether you'll drift deeper and deeper asleep with the sound of my words or the spaces between my words as you comfortably fall asleep. And so you can have a sense of sitting back in a spaceship that's about to launch. And you've got your legs slightly up in the air, you're tilted backwards, you can see through the small windows, noticing the blue sky above you. You can feel the movement, the slight judders, sensations passing through the spaceship as it prepares to launch. You can hear in your ears someone talking through different checks that they're doing, checking that all the systems are okay, that everything's working fine. You can feel the tightness, the comfortable secureness of being fastened into that seat. You can have a sense of curiosity, a sense of excitement at this journey you're about to go on. And you can hear in your ears as the countdown begins to lift off. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, lift off. And then as that spaceship lifts off the ground, you can feel the forces pushing on your body, feel the excitement running through you. As you lift off, noticing The sky turning darker, noticing how much the spaceship is juddering and shaking, knowing that somewhere behind you all that fuel is burning rapidly to launch you up into space, pushing and launching you up into space. And as you reach space and leave the Earth's atmosphere, so you notice a sudden shift where you become weightless. And you hear them saying in your ears about the successful launch. And then you start directing the spacecraft on its journey to a new world. And you fire thrusters that accelerate you even faster towards this new world. Because you know that a new world was discovered by telescopes, a world that seemed to show signs of life. And it's your role to go and investigate this world, to go and check out what life is on this world. And so you accelerate through space, accelerating faster and faster as you go deeper and deeper asleep, accelerating faster and faster through space, noticing the clarity of the stars in the sky, colours of nebulae, accelerating on your journey. And for the first half of the journey, the acceleration means that you work your muscles, means that your muscles keep active and require effort to move. Because it will be only when you get halfway through your journey that deceleration will occur. And that rate of deceleration will allow you to exercise your muscles facing a different direction. And so you get up and you move around. And you check out different equipment you're going to be using. Just quite mindless tasks, just looking through equipment, looking through descriptions of this planet you're heading towards. And you can have a sense of curiosity about this planet, what you might find there. It's far enough away that scientists couldn't work out exactly what was there, but they could tell it had green on it, which is unusual. And it seemed to have blue and water, and it seemed very Earth-like. And so you've taken many precautions that make this safe. And most of the journey is automated. If there's any problems, you can always take over the controls. But everything was pre-planned. The various space agencies that worked on this space flight have sent so many space probes, so many craft to different places. They know how to program in what has to go where and when and how. And so most of this is you just along for the ride, enjoying the view, taking pictures out the windows, travelling further than anyone has ever travelled before in a spacecraft, going deeper and deeper into space. And your spacecraft is fitted with a generator that creates a magnetic field around the craft. And so as you leave the solar system, you notice what looks like an aurora around the ship. You can see colours of dancing light around the outside of the ship, following the magnetic field lines of the ship. As you interact with the solar wind and interstellar space. And you know that outside of the ship there's silence and peace. For although you know that in stars and other places there's a lot of chaos, there's a lot of destruction in interstellar space. In the void there's peace and calm and stillness. Wherever you look, there appears to be stillness. And something that you consider interesting as you make this journey is the fact that to you it doesn't feel like you're going that fast. And yet, in reality, you're going faster than any human has ever been before. And at halfway to your destination, you can't even see your destination yet, just a speck of light of the star you're heading towards, that you know there's a planet around that star. And it still just looks like a speck of light. You can't see the planet at all, and yet you know where you're headed. And at the halfway point, deceleration begins. And while the deceleration begins, you don't really notice, other than the fact that the gravity effect on the ship has shifted to a new direction. And so now all the working out that you do, all the movement you do, is in relation to a gravity effect in a new direction. And as time goes on, you notice that pinprick of light getting larger and larger. And you start noticing little dots coming into focus. And the ship is perfectly on track with where one of those little dots will be on arrival. And then gradually those little dots get larger and larger until you can notice some subtle features, and you notice the one you're heading towards. You notice that it has an earth-like feel to it. It looks like a marble, a bit like the earth. And the only part of this journey that isn't automated is the landing. because no telescope had been able to see clear enough to identify a landing spot. It was possible to identify areas that were land and areas that were water, but not at a high enough resolution to identify a space to land. But it was trusted that there'll be one. And so as you reach the planet, the ship slows right down, falls into orbit around the planet. And as it circles the planet, taking about 90 minutes each revolution around the planet, you see the day side and the night side. And the ship scans the planet, circling that planet for a few days, scanning most of the planet in high resolution to identify a few landing spots. And then it's your role to go down to the surface. And this ship stays up here, while a ship that's on this ship will launch down to the surface. And it's much smaller, but it has incredibly powerful thrusters. So it lands like an aeroplane, takes off like an aeroplane, but only requires a very short runway space. And it can land and take off on rough terrain, using one set of thrusters that accelerate it rapidly on the ground, and then another set of thrusters when it's high up in the sky, just to break free of the gravitational pull of the planet, so that it can join the ship again. And so once a landing space is identified, you go and get in to that craft. You strap yourself in. You notice the airlock open beneath the craft. It lowers down at the bottom of the craft. You hear a hiss as you detach, and then there's silence as you silently fly down towards the planet. And the planet looks Earth-like, and at the same time is unrecognizable. And you pass down into the atmosphere, noticing orange and reds around you as the front of your craft gets incredibly hot and the craft vibrates. And then after about 30 seconds you break through that. You've slowed considerably. You're flying just like a plane in the atmosphere. It had been identified that the atmosphere was incredibly similar to Earth's atmosphere. That it was breathable and perfectly fine for humans. But you'll still be wearing a mask, just to filter anything out of the atmosphere so that all you're breathing is the air. And you land the craft. Climb out of the craft and notice that you're along the edge of a riverbank. There's flowing water and you take it in, you take in the awe, you look at the sky. You notice trees that don't look like earth trees. You notice there's animals and sounds that sound a bit bird-like but different. Everything seems to have a slightly different pitch. And you start following the river. You analyze the water, take a sample. You place a camera down into the water and have a remote control to steer that camera in the water, to get some video footage of under the water and some sound of the hydrophone on the camera from under the water. You notice swimming creatures, fish-like creatures. You then get your camera back out of the water and continue your journey along the edge of that river, heading towards the mountain the river's flowing down from. You want to explore that area. And you decide that the easiest way to explore it would be to use your transport you've got on your lander. So you head back to the lander and you get the transport out of your lander, and it's like a motorbike. It's got two wheels, it's got a built-in gyroscope, keeps it quite upright. It's able to go off-road. It's very powerful, and yet it's electric powered, and so it's very quiet. And the area where the cyclist sits is totally enclosed, so you climb into it, you seal it, and then you speed off in the direction of the mountains. And as you near the mountains, you notice something huge in the sky. You notice that it's a vast dragon. Well, that's the only way you could describe it. And as you're speeding along at high speed, you notice it diving down towards you. It breathes out fire, but not fire like dragons on TV, breathing out fire like a spray of fire. It breathes out fire in like pulses, like fire bombs, and it seems to explode next to you as you swerve to avoid where it's landing. And it catches fire to the ground, and then another ball of fire explodes the other side of you, just where you're heading, and so you swerve and avoid that. And then the dragon dives down and you swerve to avoid its feet, almost as if it was trying to grab hold of your bike and lift you off the ground. And you then turn away from the river, turn into some woodland where the trees all look different, yet similar to trees on Earth. And they may not even be like trees, but it's the best way you can describe them, with the greens and the browns. and you swerve between the trees at high speed, swerving, dodging all the branches, all the stumps, all the tree trunks. And then after a while you swerve back out again, back towards that mountain, and go off-road up that mountain. Wanting to be able to survey the land, get some views from the top of the mountain. And as you approach the top of the mountain, you notice that there are buildings up here. Not buildings like you'd ever seen on Earth. The closest you could imagine resembling these buildings are a little bit like the stonework of pyramids with symbols on them. But it was kind of built into the mountain. Like the people that built this somehow just used the environment rather than damaging the environment, and tried to live within nature and within the environment. And you didn't know who these people were. They obviously weren't Earth people, but they're obviously an intelligent race, and they may still live around here. And you notice pictures in these buildings, in the stonework, as your bike passes by them and through some of the structures, through archways of steps and paths heading up the mountain. And you reach the top and then you stop. You get out and you go into the topmost building. And from in there you notice there's what looks like a window but no glass. And you gaze out over the land. You can see the river. You can see down to your ship. You can see the woodland or the forest, and see that there's more than one dragon, and that the dragon was probably just deterring you in some way, or maybe saw you like prey. And you notice as you look off into the distance, huge trees that tower way above the forest. You notice other mountains. You can see other dragons. You can see flocks of flying creatures that are bird-like. And you explore the writing on the walls, the symbols on the walls. You take images. You can analyze later. You then head back down from the mountain. You're going to have to spend the night here before heading back to your ship. As you go down the mountain, you decide to go back through the woods to avoid being spotted by the dragon. You go back through the woods, back to your craft. You upload everything from your craft up to the spacecraft circling the planet. And you settle down for the night. drifting comfortably asleep, feeling safe in the craft. And then, as this planet's sun rises in the morning, you awaken, and on foot you just go for a little wander, taking in the area, taking some samples, sending a drone up into the sky to fly around and survey the area and get some more footage. And you hear different sounds of different animals. And you take photos of different animals of different sizes as you quietly walk through the woodland, quietly walk along the edge of the woodland, quietly follow the river. And then after you've got all this footage, you go back to your ship and you begin to look through all those symbols again, and somehow intuitively you start to learn knowledge. You start to understand these symbols and what they mean about living in harmony with the environment, in harmony with the world around you, in harmony with yourself. And then you launch your craft, take off into the atmosphere, fly around a little bit, take in this planet, before circling higher up to the top of the atmosphere, punching the boost button, feeling those thrusters fire, hearing those thrusters fire as you launch yourself out of the atmosphere into space, noticing stillness, quiet, calm, as you circle round the planet, making minor adjustments to put yourself in line with where your ship will be, adjusting the speed as you approach the back end of the ship, aiming for the underside of the ship, slowing as you get closer to the ship, pulling underneath, hearing almost like a magnetic attachment and a clunk as the ship stops in line with the spaceship and then gets pulled up into the ship. Before you then exit back onto the main ship to be able to share your findings and what you've learned. And then that ship flies towards the star, this planet circling. And it scoops up, a bit like the surface layer of the sun. as it goes incredibly close to that surface, keeping its powerful heat shields facing the star. And then uses what it's just gathered to accelerate it at incredible speed back in the direction of Earth, making its journey all the way home, where you can share your findings back on Earth. So as you listen to me and you begin to drift comfortably asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or to the words I use, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And while you drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to talk in the background. Now, there was a man who enjoyed the countryside. He had his routines. He enjoyed his routines. He didn't like to deviate from his routines. Every day he would come home from work, he would have something to eat, and he'd go for an evening walk. And he'd walk out of his house. He'd walk down the lane. He'd walk through some woodland, out into a meadow. And he enjoyed his evening walk. He enjoyed the sounds of the birds as he walked down the lane, the sounds of his footsteps, with a slight gravelly sound to each step as he walked, feeling of the breeze on his face, the way the setting sun illuminated the sky and the clouds. He enjoyed walking through the woodland, the way that in the evening the woodland would begin to go quiet. There'd be the rustling leaves, the soft, dull thud of each footstep, and there'd be a reduction in the sounds of the animals as they started to settle down for the evening. And he enjoyed going to that meadow. And as the sun was setting, so the meadow would take on an orange hue. And this would make all the meadow plants almost look otherworldly, the way they'd sway in the breeze. The last few bees and butterflies going to the plants, visiting those plants, before settling down for the night. And he'd walk through that meadow to the stream, and he'd take his backpack off his back, take a rug out of his backpack that he'd sit on, and he'd sit down next to that stream. He'd take a moment to relax, to appreciate the environment, to listen to that water flowing. And after he feels suitably relaxed, like he's set into this position, he would take a book out of his bag, rest back on his bag while he sat there. Open the book at the last page that he'd read and start to read that book. And he enjoyed these evenings, he enjoyed this familiarity, this routine every evening. And he'd sit there and he'd read that book and let himself get drawn into the story. In this calming and relaxing environment. And this time, while he was reading the story, he found that he felt a little bit more tired than usual. And it was a beautiful evening, and he decided he would just close his eyes for a moment and just rest for a moment. He thought he would just drift a bit like into a meditation just for a moment, just drifting and dreaming a moment. And while he began to drift and dream with his eyes closed, he started to hear a pinging sound. And he looked around him and realized he was on a submarine. And he realized this submarine was tiny and he was even smaller. And that this was a submarine in the stream. He could recognize the way the ground looked like the stream that he knows and is familiar with. And he could see these giant fish that he knew were really just small average fish. And he could hear the pinging of the sonar. And as he put a periscope above the surface of the water, he could see himself lying on the shore asleep. And he thought this was a really unusual situation. And he tried to wake up and found that he just seemed to be in this submarine. That him as this small person in this small submarine didn't have control to wake the him on the side of the stream up. And he didn't really like this uncertainty, this lack of control. He liked his routines, he liked doing the same thing, the same way, over and over again. He started guiding the submarine around, wondering how he's going to get out of this, how he can wake himself up. He tried to slap himself around the face, and that didn't work. He tried to crash the submarine into the ground, and that didn't work. It just dented the submarine. He couldn't find any way to wake himself up. And after what seemed like hours, he started to resign himself to the fact that he was here on this submarine. And he started to learn that he had to go with the flow, make the most of the experience and see what he can learn from the experience. And so he started steering the submarine around, started realizing that in this submarine he can get to see the underwater in this stream from a perspective he had never seen before. He'd sat beside the stream and looked in, but had never seen it as clear as this or as close up as this. And so he drove the submarine around, exploring the stream. And then he found what looked like a cave. And so he drove the submarine into a cave and started exploring down the cave. And part way down the cave, he noticed it was getting so dark, so he turned the lights on. And it was quite a long cave. Until eventually it came out in a larger cave with an air pocket above the water. And he rose the submarine up in that area. And he opened the hatch in the top of the submarine, popped his head out and looked around. And the submarine's lights shone into the cave. And he could see that in this cave was a family of water voles, all snuggled up and sleeping. And he had never seen water voles this close up. He'd caught glimpses of them from time to time, but as soon as he got a camera to try and point a camera at them, they would dart away and seemed very shy. And yet here he could see them close up as a family, relaxing, sleeping, and paying no attention to the submarine at all. He climbed back fully into the submarine, closed the lid, dived back down into the water and headed back the way he came. He then carried on further down the stream. He passed different fish. Some he'd seen and recognized, others he'd never seen before. And then he reached an unusual structure, and he knew automatically what it was, although he'd never seen it from this position. He knew that there were beavers here somewhere. He travelled into it in his submarine, popped out and could see the beavers, curled up, sleeping and relaxing. And he was surprised at how peaceful all these creatures looked as he dived the submarine again and carried on down the stream. He knew this was some kind of a dream, and he knew that he hadn't figured out how to wake up. But he also knew that he was beginning to learn something. He just didn't quite know what yet. And as he carried on down the stream, suddenly the submarine started to speed up. And he tried to slow it down, but it was just speeding up faster and faster. And he didn't seem to be able to slow it down, and he couldn't figure out why. And then he realized he was heading towards some rapids. And he'd totally forgotten that further downstream it turns into rapids and it gets faster as it heads down and down and down and down all the way to a lake. and he tried to steer the submarine left and right. He tried to decide where it was going to go, but he seemed to have no control over it. So in the end, he realized that all he could do was to nudge the submarine gently, to let it go where it's going to go, but make sure that it's going where it's going to go in a slightly more controlled way. He couldn't choose the path, but he could affect how rough or smooth that path was. And so he focused his attention and focused on just nudging that submarine so that it would follow the path, but do it as smoothly and as safely as possible. And that submarine travelled all the way down until suddenly it leapt from the top of a waterfall, splashed down in the small bit of river below, and calmly floated out into the lake. And the man was pleased that he'd survived the experience without any kind of injury and with no damage to the submarine, and that he was now in this calm lake. And he'd never seen underwater in the lake, so while he was here he decided he would dive down and take a look at what it's like deep under the lake. And as he explored, he could see waving fronds of underwater grasses and weeds and other green plants. He could see fish hiding among the underwater plants, and larger fish just swimming openly in the lake. And the water in the lake was a little bit more murky than in the stream he'd come from. And yet he felt a comfort with the slowness, with the way that everything seemed to move almost in slow motion. He felt a comfort with the way the light seemed to be quite even from whatever direction. It was more a glow than a light. And he started to gain a new appreciation for the nature he normally didn't pay such close attention to. He started to realize that he would get so hung up on making sure he follows his routines, on making sure everything goes smoothly as he wants it to, that he would have the same things he would pay attention to every time he went somewhere. He would pay attention to the same things whenever he walked through the woods. He'd pay attention to the same things and appreciate the same things in the meadow. He'd follow the same routine of putting his rug down, of reading his book. And he realized that he'd get so hung up on just following the same routines and noticing the same things that he missed huge amounts of other things of equal importance. And he realized that he had a sense of love for nature that he knew he had. He just didn't know he had it. He'd never really appreciated that he had a love for nature. He would think to himself how he noticed the bees and butterflies on the plants. He would think to himself how he'd noticed the sounds of the trees as the wind blew a breeze. He didn't realize that he had a deep connection to all this, a deep love for the nature. And just as he started realizing this, he began to fall asleep in the submarine. And as he began to fall asleep in the submarine, so he began to stir and wake up on the bank of that stream. And as he began to wake up on the bank of that stream, he started to wonder about the experience, about the oddity of the experience. He started to wonder, why had he had such an unusual experience? What could it all mean? He'd come back with this deep sense of love and appreciation for the natural environment he was in. He felt like he was more aware of the environment than he had been, and that this dream had been unusual in its vividity. And as he gazed around him, he noticed there was a little submarine bobbing up and down in the stream. And he walked over to the stream, reached in, and picked up that submarine, and noticed it was just a small little toy submarine. And he wondered whether somehow he'd unconsciously spotted that submarine and somehow integrated it into his dream. And he wandered along the edge of the stream, the sun barely lighting up the area now, almost totally set. In fact, it had already gone over the horizon, and it was more just the light from the sky, from the way the sun bounces around in the atmosphere, that was lighting the area. And he walked past a beaver's home. He'd walked past the beginning of the rapids. He'd walked all the way to the waterfall, and he gazed down and he could see the lake. And he gazed out over the lake, and he wondered how he knew that all this was here like this. Then he walked back to his rug, sat down on his rug, and started thinking for a bit about the experience, started processing the experience in his mind, processing this new love and appreciation for the natural world. This new way of thinking about things where sometimes you have to be comfortable with uncertainty. Sometimes you have to be comfortable with not knowing. And he had never thought about himself as being able to be comfortable with uncertainty. And yet he recalled being in the submarine going down the rapids, being out of control, and doing the bit that he can control, and leaving the rest to itself, and how that made him feel more in control because he had let go of the bits that were out of his control. And he took so many learnings from this experience and thought it was the most incredible dream and the most unusual dream, and somehow something, maybe a part of himself, maybe something wider, something deeper, something more profound, had been teaching him a lesson. And he packed his things up as the light was almost gone. And he walked back, he walked through the woods. He walked through that meadow, through the woods, and he walked all the way home. And once home, he decided to go to bed and see if he would continue this learning and this dreaming in this new way. And he went to bed and drifted comfortably and deeply asleep. So as you listen to me, you can allow yourself to close your eyes, make sure you're comfortable, and you can begin to drift off asleep. And as you drift asleep comfortably, so you can have my voice going on in the background. And while my voice talks in the background, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep comfortably with the sound of my voice in the background, or whether it'll be with the words that I use, or perhaps you'll drift asleep faster and more comfortably with the spaces between my words. And so as you drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell you a story. A story about a young lad who one day went to the library. And he had never really been in libraries. He'd never really been interested in going into libraries. He liked sitting at home playing computer games. He'd never really thought about reading books. But as he was out walking one day, thinking about the games he wanted to be playing, looking forward to getting home, he decided to take a slightly different route. And so as he walked this different route, he was curious about the different sights, the different sounds. He was walking past different houses, past open green areas with trees, different parks. He walked past a park with black iron railing fence, ran his fingers along the fence, bouncing his fingers from rail to rail. He noticed that on the ground in the park and along the edge of the fence were leaves that had fallen from the trees. He could notice the rustling of the leaves as the wind blew a breeze. And while he was walking along, he saw what looked like an interesting old building. And he was curious about this interesting old building. He'd never been this way before, and so he'd never been near or in this building. So he looked at the building, and he noticed there was a sign saying it was the library, and that it was free to come into the building. So he'd never really been in libraries before, but he thought he wanted to look around this old building. He thought it might be a bit spooky, might be exciting. And as he walked into the library, he noticed that there was instantly a smell of old books. And everyone was very quiet in the library. and his imagination always ran away with him. And so he wanted to see some of these really old books. So he walked around, he saw books that were quite new, books that didn't look that old, and then books that didn't have pictures on or typical covers. And he thought these must be the really old books. And he saw an interesting old book, something about it, the way it was made, the detail on it, how ornate the book was. Something about it made him pick it off the shelf. It was a heavy book, a dusty book. And he guessed that it must be about half his own weight as he picked it off the shelf. And he sat down cross-legged on the floor, resting the book in front of him, opened the cover, and saw old writing, symbols, and what looked almost like hand-drawn pictures and hand-coloured pictures. And he saw the date of the book, and that it was from the 1700s. And he thought about how old that was as a book. And he felt the pages as he turned them over, felt what that paper felt like. And he started to read. And while he started to read, the most unusual thing started to happen. The book began to glow. Initially it was a glow that was almost imperceptible. He just had a feeling that somehow light was coming from the book. And then that glowing intensified and expanded, and the glowing was filling the whole space of the book. And then the glowing continued to expand and reached the young lad. And he felt a tingling sensation as the glowing was touching his legs. And yet he felt incredibly comfort and relaxation from this. And the glowing ball of light got brighter and more intense as it spread to engulf the boy and the book. It was as if he was in his own little bubble, a kind of energy bubble or a light bubble. And he didn't know why this light bubble, why this ball of light was engulfing him and the book. But once it had expanded large enough to engulf him and the book, it stopped expanding. And he thought to himself that this was unusual, because you'd expect that the light would just shine on in different directions, and yet it appeared to just engulf him and the book, and then stop. And on the inside of this bubble of light, he started to notice swirling, different patterns, different colours, different shapes, different lights and darks, swirling and moving on this bubble all around him, wherever he looked. And he looked down at the book and he continued to read. And while he was reading, the swirling patterns on the light began to take shape, began to take form, as if it was starting to try and form what he was reading on the inside of this ball of light. And he continued reading. And the images continued to form even more on this ball of light. And as he finished the first chapter in the book, and then started chapter 2, so he noticed, when he looked up from the book, that he could see this vast land, that he was now unaware that there was a ball of light, because projected on the ball of light in all directions was a scene from the book. And he stood up, and it was as if actually he was here now. And he looked down at his feet to where the book was, and there was no book there. Now he'd stood up. He was in this storyland. And he sat down again and noticed that the book was there again, and the floor looked a bit more like the library floor. And he stood up again, and he couldn't see the library floor. Everything just looked like this storyland. And he realised that somehow this bubble seemed to be almost like a virtual reality generator, seemed to be making it real. And that's how he thought of it as a gamer. And he had the strangest feeling, almost like he was feeling compelled to walk somewhere, and he didn't know where. And so he walked away from this spot where the book was. He turned to look at that spot. He thought, how can he remember where this book is? Because you can't see it. You can't see the bubble. You can't see that light or anything when you walk away from it. So he looked around him. He found himself some sticks, and he stuck them upright in the ground. Sticking them upright around roughly where he knew the book was, so that he could come back and see those sticks, and then sit back down, and he'll find the book and he can close the book. And he assumed closing the book would probably close this story. But for now he felt like he needed to follow his compulsion. He didn't really understand what that meant. He just had this feeling. And so he walked over hills. He could see a vast land out before him. He could see what looked like a medieval city. Off in other directions he could see small little towns, what looked like dirt tracks between the cities and towns. And they're all reasonably small places. He could see woodland. He could notice a large lake off in the distance, the other side of a city, and mountains way off in the distance, and a cloudy sky. And he could feel the breeze on his face. And he started walking towards the city. He walked down the hill, joined a path, and then started following the path towards the city. And as he walked, he wondered where this place was. He felt that it seemed like the place that was set up in the first chapter of the book. So he walked and he headed towards that city. And as he got near the city, he could hear milling about of people. He could see marketplaces. He could hear people with carts, pushing and pulling carts and horse and carts over cobbled streets and dirt tracks and gravelled areas, and all the different sounds that these made. And so he walked into the city and noticed what the buildings looked like, all handmade, most of them single story, all medieval looking. And he found a notice board in the city, and he felt drawn to one of the notices on the notice board. And that notice talked about having to find a beacon, and it gave some cryptic clues as to how to do that. And the boy didn't know what the cryptic clues meant, but he had this feeling like he was living out the story, and that it didn't matter that he didn't know what it meant, because he wouldn't know what it meant if he read the story. What would happen is that he would just live out the story and likely work it out. So he put the note into his pocket and noticed he wasn't dressed in his usual clothes. He was dressed to fit the time period, to fit the environment and the story. And he felt this compulsion to walk through the city and out the city gates at the far side, in the direction of the lake and the mountains. So he walked through the city, taking in the hustle and bustle, the way people were talking, different sights and sounds. He wondered if maybe he would have his own place somewhere here in the city. And at the city gates, he saw a stables, and a man greeted him and asked if he wanted to use a horse. And he felt himself say yes. And he was given a horse, and he climbed on the horse. And compared to his size, the horse seemed huge. And so he started his journey towards the lake. on that horse, just trotting along, feeling the bouncing up and down on the horse while trotting, the sound of its hooves on the path. And the path started off well, all cobbled and well looked after. But he ended up turning onto a path some way out of the city. It was more of a dirt track, and he followed that path along towards the lake. And as he reached the lake, he dismounted from his horse, walked along with his horse, put his hand in the lake just to feel the temperature of the water and splosh it about a little. Noticed how the lake was quite still, just gentle ripples from one side to the other, and the occasional movement from the wind blowing across the lake. And he walked along the lake towards a bridge, and as he reached the bridge that crossed right over the lake, he could see an elderly man with a cane just sat there, as if he was just waiting for something. And as he approached the bridge, the elderly man started talking to him. And his talking appeared quite cryptic, and yet somehow he felt like he knew what was being said. He just didn't know how or why. And then the elderly man gave him something. Gave him a small little crystal that was circular and perfectly polished. And then the man showed him on his way and guided him with his hand across the bridge. And so the lad crossed that bridge with his horse, and was aware of the way the horse's footsteps clipped and clopped on the wooden bridge. And he wondered to himself about whether the bridge was rickety, given it was quite long and it went across this lake. And he stopped in the middle of the bridge just to take in the view up and down the lake, before continuing on to the other side. And then on the other side of the bridge, on the other side of the lake, the lad got back onto the horse and continued trotting along the dirt track that went along the other side of the lake. And he continued to follow that track down towards those mountains. And he was aware as he trotted along that the sun was gradually setting, and that he was getting hungry. So he wondered about where he could stop for the night. That it made sense that he would need to stop. But then he also wondered what people will think in the library. Will they be seeing him sat on the floor reading? Will he have disappeared? What will people in the library have seen? And if he's about to find somewhere to settle down for the night, what happens to him in the library? Is he still sat in the library? Do people see him still there? Has he vanished from the library? What about his parents? If he settles down to sleep for the night, does that mean that they're going to wonder where he is all night? He didn't feel he could just turn back. He just hoped it would somehow be okay. He felt this compulsion to have to complete his mission. And so as he began to approach those mountains, he decided to turn into the woodland, to turn just off from the lake, turn a little way into the tree line that went along the edge of the lake. And set up a camp just off the ground among the trees. And he created himself a hammock off the ground, noticing that in his backpack that he didn't even know that he had, he had some material to make a hammock, which he tied between some trees. And he had some other material that he tied between trees over the top of the hammock, almost like making a roof. And just down by the lake, he dug a bit of a hole, put some wood into that hole, and started a fire. And sat next to that fire for the evening as the sun set and the sky turned orange. And he could see the moon rising, stars appearing, hear the crackling of the fire, feeling the warmth of the fire, hearing the gentle lapping of the lake water on the shore. And he cooked himself some food. And his horse rested and ate as well. And he was curious how this story was going to pan out. He thought about what it feels like to be a character in a story. He knew he was searching for something. And then, just as it got quite late, covered over the fire to put the fire out. Got a blanket out of his bag, climbed up into the hammock, and lay down and closed his eyes. And he gently felt the way the hammock swayed in the trees, the way it just gently swayed left and right, almost like it was rocking him gently to sleep. And he drifted off into a comfortable, relaxing sleep for the night. And he could feel the breeze on his face, and yet felt so comfortable and calm under that blanket. And then in what seemed like no time at all, he was aware of being awoken by the sun rising, the sounds of birds increasing. He felt so relaxed, so refreshed and revitalized from his night's sleep. He climbed down from the hammock, took everything down, packed it all away, ate some of the food he'd saved from the night before, noticed his horse was awake and waiting for him, and then began his journey again up towards those mountains. He was unsure how he was going to find a beacon, but he knew he had to find a beacon. He just felt that somehow the story must be unfolding in such a way that he'll just find it. The story must know what story is being told, and that he's just a character going along for the ride. And he reached the foot of the mountains and felt he had to leave the horse here. He decided not to tie the horse up, but to allow the horse to roam freely while he's gone, so that the horse could get some food and stretch its legs. And he trusted that the horse would be there when he comes back, because it's a story, and if the horse isn't, then that would just be part of the story. And he started climbing up into the mountains. And initially his climb was really easy, but as he got higher, so it got colder. And as it got colder, so he would notice areas of ice and snow. And that was just increasing the higher into the mountains he went. And after some time climbing and being exhausted, he decided to stop for a break for a moment. And he sat down on a rock, turned around and looked over, back in the direction he came. You could see the lake, you could see the bridge, you could see the cities and towns, all the way back to where he came from. And while he looked, he quite enjoyed the view. He felt it was like some of the games he'd played, where you go on these quests. And so he took some time to have something to eat again, before continuing his journey up the mountain. He felt this compulsion of where to go, but didn't really know where he was going. All he knew was his quest idea. He knew what he had to achieve. And after some time walking, he saw a cave, and he wondered whether he should go into the cave. He felt this compulsion to enter the cave, so he assumed that must be where he has to go next. And at the entrance to the cave was a stick with a flame on it. And so he took that off the wall and walked into the cave. And as he walked into the cave, so he noticed the way the air sounded different, the way it rushed through the cave and echoed, how noise sounded different, how a lot of the mountain sounds quickly began to fade, and it sounded so much quieter but different noises, how each footstep became echoey in the cave, and he could hear drips echoing in the cave. And he found it interesting the way that the flickering flame he was carrying danced and flickered, creating different patterns of shadows and light on the walls of the cave as he walked deeper and deeper into the mountain. And as he walked deeper and deeper into the mountain, so he became curious about what was going to happen, where he was going. And he encountered a door. And he knew it was a door because he'd seen these sort of things in games he'd played, even though it looked like a smooth rock. He just had to figure out how to open it. And then he saw a slight indentation in the wall. And he took what the man on the bridge gave him. He placed it into that indentation. And with a rocky noise sound, the door slid open. And then he walked in through that door and found himself in a vast chamber. And in the middle of the chamber was a pedestal with a book on it. And he walked over and he looked at the book. And in the pages of the book were cryptic clues and maps and different symbols. And so he looked through the different clues, trying to figure out what it must mean. And he noticed that some of the symbols were also in the room. He saw that in the four corners of the room were tall cylindrical rocks that had symbols on them and writing on them. And at the back of the room was what looked like a door. And above that door were four symbols. And so he worked out that what he must have to do is go to each of those cylinders and turn them round and perhaps make it so that the same symbols that are above the door are perhaps facing the symbols on the floor in front of the cylinders. And each cylinder was really heavy, and he pushed and he managed to just about turn each one at a time. And once he'd turned all four so that the cylinder and the symbols all matched up, suddenly the door slid open and he could see daylight again. It was as if he'd walked straight through the mountain. And the sun was high in the sky. And he started walking down the mountain, down this far side of the mountain. He looked back and up, and he could see how high the mountain was, and he was glad he didn't have to climb to the top. Glad he didn't have to climb over the mountain, but instead he was able to cut through in this way. And he walked down the mountain. and he noticed that the land on this side seemed totally different type of land to the land where he came from. It definitely seemed far more sunny than the land he came from. It had a more positive vibe to it. And at the foot of the mountain was a forest. And so he walked all the way down that mountain, walked into the forest. And he began to hack his way through the forest, not knowing where he was going, just running on instinct, creating his path, hacking his way through the forest, where he came to a lake. And he saw a small island in the middle of the lake, but he didn't know how to get there. But he had this feeling like that's where he's supposed to be. And while he was sat by the shore of the lake, wondering how he's supposed to get to the center, suddenly the most beautiful mermaid appeared from under the water. And she told him how he can get to the lake, that he has to believe. And that if he believes enough, the water will part and a path will appear between where he is and the center of the lake. And he thought that's unlikely to be the case. How would the water just part like that? And she just said, you have to believe. And he said, but I don't believe. The water can't just part. And she just said, you have to believe. And so he thought, okay, I'm going on instinct. Everything else has worked out fine. I found solutions easily and effortlessly. Just accepting what comes up in my mind. And so he felt, okay, I believe. And he walked towards the water. And as he walked towards the water, he could see that the edge of the lake started rippling and moving. And the ripples on the lake were all heading in one direction as the wind was blowing across the lake. And yet the ripples just in front of where he was walking were almost like there was a force field given off by this boy, because the ripples were heading from one point back outwards across the other ripples. And as he reached the water's edge and went to take a step in the water parted out the way of his step. And then he took another step and another step. And with every step he took, the water moved out the way. And the water seemed to close behind him and move in front of him, so that he was walking on dry land, while the water was just working its way around him, creating a path. And within a few steps he gained confidence that this was going to continue. And so he carried on walking and walking until he reached that island in the center of the lake. and at the island in the centre of the lake. He found a switch, and he flicked that switch. And suddenly this bright beacon lit up the sky, beaming a long shard of light straight upwards from the middle of the island, out of a stone column. And then the beacon began to turn golden from the top down as that light beamed up into the sky. And he could see that light beam reaching really high in the sky, and then it was spreading out in all directions, spreading that light out, almost like it was encircling the land. He didn't know quite what this beacon was doing or why. He just knew it appeared to be encircling the land. And he felt this compulsion to now have to get off the island and head back the way he came, across the lake. So he walked back across the lake, and the waters parted again for him. He didn't know what he had done, what the outcome of this was, or what he had to do next. He now just felt that he had to walk in a different direction. So he started walking in a new direction away from the lake, walking around the edge of the lake and then following a stream that led away from the lake. And whenever he looked up, he could see that light spreading and encircling the land. And he knew this was a good thing, but he didn't know why or what was happening. And he followed this stream. And then the stream reached a waterfall, and he had to climb down a cliff down the side of the waterfall. And so he carefully climbed down that cliff, aware of the spray of the water refreshing his face. And he climbed down that cliff to the bottom. And at the bottom he could notice the most beautiful rainbow in the waterfall. And he continued to follow this stream that was getting wider and calmer. And he followed the stream, and it got wider and calmer and wider and calmer. Until suddenly he encountered a dragon. And the dragon just was sitting there. And the dragon, in a deep voice, spoke about how some parts of the land had a darkness fall across the land, and that some people had become aggressive towards dragons, and yet dragons were the saviours of the land. Dragons watched over the land. And that what this boy had done was to create light again, to create light to the land. And that this dragon was gradually recharging, was basking in that light and recharging to be able to take off and fly. to be able to watch over the land once again. And so the boy spoke with the dragon about this land, about where this darkness came from, and whether this is all that's needed to get rid of the darkness. And the dragon explained that now the light is here. The darkness will fade, and the dragons can keep that darkness away, can keep the cities and towns safe once again. That people will be more positive, optimistic. It will believe in hope and love. And the dragon encouraged the boy onto his back. And as he fully charged himself and got all his energy back, the dragon stretched out its wings and launched up into the air. And the boy had a sense of excitement as the air rushed through his hair. As the dragon took him across the land, let him survey the land, view what was happening, and view how this light was changing the darkness. The boy noticed the dazzling bright white light piercing all corners of this land as he flew up higher and higher over the tops of the mountain range. And he wondered about the horse, and the dragon said the horse would be okay. The horse will find its own way home. And the dragon swooped down and landed near the city, lowered its neck, lowered its head, and the boy climbed off. And he walked over to some villagers that were waiting for him, and they thanked him for his help. And they gave him a little something to remember them by. And they said, any time you want to come back here, want to visit the land, just hold on to this. And he walked through the village, walked through the city, having a look around one last time, before then coming out the other side, working his way back to where that book should be. And he walked up that grassy hill. He could see his sticks there. And he walked and went around the sticks, knelt down next to the sticks, and could see the book and the library floor. And he crossed his legs, sat in front of those pages, took one last look around him at the land he could see, wondering whether he truly can come back here again in the future, deciding that if this is what reading is like, maybe he'll take up reading more. He then closed the book. And in an instant, everything vanished and he found himself just sat on the floor in the library. He looked up at the clock and he saw that it didn't appear like any time had gone by. And yet he knew he'd been gone for at least 24 hours. He'd been gone, he'd slept in that land overnight. He'd eaten. He'd flown on the back of a dragon. All of that had happened, and yet almost no time at all seems to have passed. And he looked around him, and there were still people sat at tables, still people walking along the shelves having a look at the books. As if he had just been sat on the floor reading, and no one else had seen this bright light. No one else had seen the experience he just had. He wondered whether he can get this book out of the library, but saw that it's a book that can only be read in the library. So he put it back on the shelf. Before leaving the library, wandering out into the daylight, feeling that somehow this daylight is brighter than he remembered it. And continued this alternative journey home. And it took him a bit longer, this route, but he felt that he would take this route again in the future. And so he continued his journey home. And when he arrived home, he tried telling his parents about his experience. And they just humoured him and said, yes, that sounds like it's fascinating, you read a book. And they didn't really believe the experience he had. They just thought he had a vivid imagination. And he was sure it wasn't his imagination. He then went up to his room and sat on his bed. And just before he decided to go to sleep, he put his hand in his pocket and found that thing that he was given. By the villagers. And he realized that it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a vivid imagination. It was real. What he experienced really happened to him. And so he put that down on the cabinet next to his bed. Climbed into bed, snuggled up, closed his eyes. With a good feeling and a smile on his face, he drifted comfortably and relaxed, asleep. So as you listen to me telling you this story, you can begin to comfortably fall asleep. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster with the sound of my voice or with the words that I use, or whether you'll fall asleep faster with the spaces between my words. So as you fall asleep listening to me talking to you in the background, I'm just going to tell you a story. You can have a sense of walking through some woodland, and you're going out in search of some ruins of an ancient abbey, and you're walking through the woodland. You can hear your footsteps, that dull thud of each footstep. You can hear the rustling leaves of the trees and notice the way the light dances as it shines through those leaves. And you can hear birds. And as you continue walking, you can notice perhaps how it's darker in the woods, but you can see that at the end of this path you're following, as you walk through the woods, there's a light where it opens up to a valley. And so as you continue walking towards that light, you can begin to wonder what the ruins will be like. You've never visited these ruins before. And so you can wonder what they'll be like. Because no two sets of ruins are the same. And then at the end of the woodland, you come out into a valley, and you can see grass hills either side of you, stretching off into the distance. You can see some plants, some shrubs. You can feel the air on your face and notice what the sky looks like and how any breeze moves the grass on the hills. As you walk down into the valley, and while you walk down into the valley, you can notice how each footstep changes, how the sound changes as the ground changes. And you can walk further down into the valley, searching for those ruins. And after some time, you can find some white stone ruins. And some of them are perhaps 2 to 3 times your height, of broken walls and archways, and other bits are just like rubble on the ground. And all of it has begun to be taken over by nature, with vines and plants growing up and out of the various bits of ruins. And some bits of the ruins you can almost walk into with some kind of substance, where they have high enough wall areas that make it give you a sense of the room and the space. And not many people come and visit this valley, and so not many people have come and seen these ruins. And you know these ruins are about 800 years old. And so you walk around and you walk into the entrance of the ruins and you start exploring. And you walk into what would have been the main large open space. And you explore in this large open space. And as you explore in this large open space, you can see some pews, and some have rotted away, and others you could still just about sit on. And so you take a moment to sit yourself down on the pews, and you start to have a feeling of what it would have been like to come to this abbey 800 years ago. You start to imagine what it would have been like to be on that pew, with other people milling around, with other people entering the abbey, walking down into the abbey, people praying, people talking at those in the abbey. And after a little while, you stand up and continue exploring. And as you continue exploring, you go and check out the different bits of furniture that are all beginning to rot. But some bits of this abbey have managed to remain dry enough, with just enough roof and stonework around them. So despite 800 years, some bits have survived. And you look at some drawers, and you open the drawers carefully, and there isn't much in them. And you look in some cupboards, and you look in some wardrobes, and you look at some shelves, and you find a few ruined books just lying on the floor, some rotting away, some in better condition, that over the years have perhaps been knocked down or fallen onto the floor from shelves. And you go and take a look at some of the tables, and over at an altar, and you see that there isn't much of value here, and you didn't come here necessarily to find things of value, but you just notice there isn't much of value here. And you see a room at the back of the abbey, and this room seems a bit more substantial, a bit more kept together, and you notice it's because it's made just entirely out of stone, with the stone arching overhead, and what's in here is in better condition. And you sit on a seat in this room, picking up a book, flicking through the delicate pages. You then put that book down. You see a bookcase against a wall that has very few books in it now. And next to that you see a wardrobe. And you go and open the wardrobe, and as you do, you see that the back's missing, and that you can see daylight. You can see right through to outside into the valley. And you step through that wardrobe out into the valley, and you start wandering around in the valley, breathing in some of that fresh air. And you hear voices, and you're surprised because so few people have been here or come here. You didn't expect to hear voices, but you hear voices. And you don't think anything of it, you just think they're probably going to look around the ruins just like you just have. You just continue taking in that nice fresh air. And then you take a moment to sit yourself down on the hillside, just looking back at the ruins. And as you walk over and sit yourself down and turn around and look up at the ruins, you notice something strange. You notice that the ruins don't look like ruins anymore. The abbey looks exactly as it would have looked 800 years earlier. And you think this must be some kind of a mistake or a hallucination. And you look away and you look back. And it does look exactly like it did 800 years earlier. And you can see the hole in the wall where that wardrobe is. And so you walk back to the hole, and you walk through the hole in the wall back into the abbey and look around, and you can no longer hear voices. And you realise you're in the ruins. You walk back through the room out into the rest of the abbey, and you see you're definitely in the ruins. You can see the valley. You can see that there's very little of the abbey left. And so you walk back through again and back into that room again, and you walk through the room over to that wardrobe, and you walk through the wardrobe and the hole in the back of the wardrobe that leads out into the valley, and you can hear voices again. And you turn around and you can notice that the abbey looks exactly as it did 800 years ago. And you realise that somehow you must have time travelled. Somehow there's got to be something special about that wardrobe that's meant you've ended up back in the past, but you don't fully believe it. So you reach out and you touch your hand gently on the wall of the abbey, and you can feel that white stone. You run your fingers along it. You run your fingers up it, higher than your head. You run your fingers down near the bottom. You walk along the length of the wall, running your fingers along that wall. You walk down the side, running your fingers down the next side. And as you do so, the voices are getting louder. You walk away from the abbey a little way so that you can look back at it and take it all in. And you notice this definitely is a complete abbey, just as if it had only just been completed. And you can see people milling around. And you walk up to the entrance, and the entrance is totally fixed and new. And you knock on the giant wooden door, and the door opens, and a young woman greets you and welcomes you to the abbey. And as the door opens, so you can hear chanting and singing, and you can hear people walking around and the echo of footsteps. And you walk in, following the young woman. And you follow her as she guides you to the main area in the abbey. And she guides you halfway down the pews, and you can see people sat in those pews. And she guides you halfway down the pews, and then gestures for you to walk further down and find somewhere to sit. And so you oblige and you walk down, and you go and sit in the pews and take in the atmosphere. And you take a moment to lower your head and close your eyes. Just really take in the sounds around you. And while you're taking in the sounds around you, so you try to process the experience. Try to process what's going on, where you are, what time you are. You can hear others walking down and sitting into the pews. You can hear people standing up and walking off. And you think how odd it is that in what moments ago was just some ruins, there's all this life. And you're still trying to comprehend whether this is real or whether you're having some kind of hallucination. And you open your eyes and you stand up and you walk out from the pews and walk back down to the back of the room. And the young woman greets you and you ask if she'd be happy to show you round. And she says that she's happy to show you round. And she walks you round the outside of this room, and you recognise some of the furniture, although it's in much better condition now than when you checked it out moments ago. She walks you into one room, and you look around there, and then into another room. And then after a little while of exploring around the abbey, she walks you to the room at the back of the abbey, the one you walked into, that had that wardrobe that opened out to the valley. And she walks you into that room, and you see that the room's like a library. There's a chair in that room, a desk in that room, and then just bookcases around all the walls. And next to one of the bookcases is that wardrobe. And there's a table near one of the chairs. And she tells you this is where people come when they want to read about the knowledge and wisdom they've got to share here in this abbey. And so you find this fascinating, and she says she'll leave you to it. That she'll leave you to look around the books, and that if you need anything, you can always come and find her. And so you go and pick a book off the shelf, and you sit down and you start reading through it. And you look at how the writing is done, the ornate way that the first letter on each page is started. You see a year written in one of the books, and you realize this is about 800 years earlier. And then you look through another book and another book, and you find it fascinating. And you also find it fascinating that you're getting a chance to view these books, yet you know that if you are actually in the past, in the future, these books don't exist. Or if they do, you don't know where they are. There's just a few scattered books in the abbey, most quite ruined, and some in slightly better condition. And yet here you are with thousands of books around you. Many of these books look very old, and yet you're 800 years into the past, so they're already very old compared to you. So you wonder what kind of knowledge is contained in these books. And you pick up another book and you start reading through that. You see information about herbs and spices and healing and well-being. You see books of prayers and meditations, books on the uses of prayers and meditations for healing. You see religious texts. You see books that look like they're of songs to be sung, and books about the natural world. And you even see books about other distant places and what they're like and what cultures are like in those different places. And you only have time to be skimming through all these books because you want to get through as many as you can, just seeing what kinds of things are in them. And you wish to yourself that it was possible to carry all these books to your own time. But then you're aware that that would be stealing, and that you can't really justify carrying all these books to your own time. And so you continue looking through the different books, taking a few, flicking through them, admiring them, learning something from them, putting them back. Then you move a book to take it off the shelf. And instead of that book coming off the shelf, the whole shelf and the whole bookcase moves. The whole bookcase moves out towards you and then slides along the wall. And in its place is a dark, hidden room. And you can barely see inside it. All you can notice is that there are some steps leading down from where the bookcase opened, and that there's an archway. So you go and get yourself a candle off the table. You light the candle, you walk over to those steps, and you slowly walk down those steps into that room. And as you slowly walk down those steps and into that room, you notice the way the candle light flickers off the walls and off of items in the room. You notice how there's just a dim glow from the candle. And then you see that there's a couple of torches in this room. So you use the candle to light the torches, lightening up the room. And as you do, you notice that right in the middle of the room is a stone table, and resting on that stone table is an ornate, ancient book. And you look at the cover of that ornate ancient book, and you notice it's encrusted with different stones and gems and gold, and made of leather, and that all of that wraps around the front, the spine and the back. And there are two locks holding the book shut. And so you open the locks and open the book, and you start looking through this book, and you assume it must be something important. And you start reading through this book, and you realize it's about a time long before now, long before this abbey. It's about knowledge passed down for thousands of years. And it talks about something that those who have led to the people in this abbey had placed something on an island just off the coast from here. And there were directions to that island in the form of an image hand drawn in this book that gave some clues and some marker points. But it didn't really specify what it was. That was on that island. And you keep reading through that book, trying to figure it out. And you learn a bit more about the island, about the size of the island, that no one really visits this island. It just has this one thing placed on the island, inside a chest. And this isn't hidden on the island. It's revered, and so it's placed in plain view for anyone who visits the island to see and kneel down and focus on healing and well-being while being in the presence of the chest. And you're unsure why people would go and kneel down and almost pray to a chest, although it isn't praying to the chest, it's just being in the presence of the chest while praying and channeling well-being. And so you take a moment to close the book and then leave this room, slide the bookcase back into place, leave that library, and then you leave the abbey and you walk around the outside of the abbey. And around the outside of the abbey you go back to that entrance in time. You walk through that entrance, finding yourself back in present-day ruins. And you wonder whether that island is still there, and whether that chest is still on that island. And you know you've got to go and find out. So you decide to head back home for now, and you'll go and find out tomorrow. So you walk back through the valley. You think of that this is a weird experience you've had, and you wonder whether anyone else will ever discover and open that wardrobe and realize it's a portal to the past. And she walked back through the valley, seeing a bird of prey circling overhead, seeing some rabbits up on the hillside. Walking into the woodland, noticing how the temperature gets cooler as you head into the woods, and listening to that rustling of the trees in the breeze, and noticing the way the shards of light dance on the path in front of you. And you follow that path through the woods. Heading back to your car to head back home. And when you arrive home, you think about the experience that you've had. You think about the experience you're hopefully going to have tomorrow when you go to the coast, and you look on a map and you start doing some research. You start matching up the different landmarks that were mentioned on the maps in that abbey to work out where the island is. And you look at the new modern map and notice the amount that the sea level has risen and the tide has come in, and how the tide never goes out far enough now for any island to be off the coast. But you notice that there is some areas where the ground under the sea is higher than the surrounding areas. And you think that's likely to be where the island used to be. And you don't know what will still be on that location. But you form a plan for how tomorrow you're going to go there and you're going to search for that island, search for that chest, and see what's in that chest. And then you drift comfortably asleep while thinking about tomorrow. And in the morning, you awaken feeling energized and alert, and you head down to the coast. And you find yourself a boat to hire. And you have a plan for how you're going to do this. You start heading out to sea. You have to head a little way along the coast to find where it is you're going. And so as you journey along the coast, you can notice what the coastline looks like, and in your mind you're imagining what it must have looked like in the times when that abbey was active, when the water was much lower and this island was somewhere along here. And while you travel along the coast, so you follow the instructions and the map to look at when you're getting nearer to the location. And you feel lucky that the water's quite calm at the moment. You can gaze out over the sea and notice how the water is just gently passing by with comfortable rolling waves. And as those comfortable rolling waves pass under the boat, you watch them just heading off towards the shore. And you feel the boat moving ever so slightly as each wave passes. And you can smell the fresh sea air, and you recall how people are always telling you that the sea air has healing properties, and you can hear some seagull in the air as you continue to journey along the coast. And after some time journeying along the coast, you reach the coordinates for where the island should be. And you lower down an anchor and then go and get into some diving gear, ready to go diving down on that island. And you dive down under the water towards that island. And as you dive down, you can notice how clear the water is, and the sound of your bubbles as you breathe out comfortably and calmly, and the sound of breathing in, noticing that you can see the way the bubbles rise to the surface, noticing fish just swimming and going about their everyday life. As you lower yourself down further into the water towards that island, and as you get lower, so you begin to notice that there are signs that this was once an island. There's signs of the shapes of logs. There's some upright areas that look like trees that have been destroyed and are now tall stumps. And you start swimming among these, and you notice that the ground is just very soft and easy to disturb as you swim over it. And that there's green seaweed coming off of old stumps. And so you continue exploring. You see what looks like a box or a little mound. And so you go over to that mound. You start brushing it away with your hand. And without much brushing needed, you notice that this is the chest, and it still seems to be intact. And so you brush all the silt off of the chest, brush all the sand away. And you notice the chest is too heavy for you to just carry straight to the surface. So you start dragging that chest along towards your boat, and you swim along, dragging the chest until you reach your anchor. And you attach the chest to the anchor, and then swim back up to your boat. And at the surface, bobbing up and down in the water, you climb out of the water back onto your boat and raise up your anchor, raising up that chest. And you get the chest back onto your boat. You hose down that chest. and notice that the chest is made of metal, quite thick metal that doesn't seem to have eroded. And that just by hosing it down made that chest glow and shine and look almost like new. And then you try to find a way of opening that chest, and you try to prise it open. And you realize it's totally sealed shut, almost like it had been welded shut. And so you had to figure out a way of getting into it. So you decide you're going to have to take it back home to work on the chest, to figure out what's inside. And so you drive your boat back to the shore, you head home, you take the chest into your workshop out the back of your house. Place the chest in the workshop and decide it's been a long day. You'll work on that chest in the morning. You have something to eat, and then you go to bed and you sleep so soundly. And then in the morning, you wake up, excited that today will be the day you get to look in that chest and see what is in that chest. And see whether it has any value, not necessarily financial value. It could be knowledge value. You want to see if it has any value. You want to see something that hasn't been seen for years. And so you go out into your workshop and you get a saw and you start trying to saw into the chest. And it doesn't work. And so you get another cutter and try to cut into the chest. And that doesn't work either. And eventually, you open the chest with the one thing it has spent 800 years being surrounded by. You get your powerful water jet, put it on the highest setting, and find that that seems to be able to cut through the chest. But at the same time, you don't want to ruin whatever's in the chest. So you know you're going to have to get it out very quick. And so you cut through the chest, you cut the top of the chest off. Turn off your powerful water jet. Slide the top of the chest off the back and it falls to the floor with a thud. And you see that in this chest is a single large golden medallion. And you're glad there's no paper in here, given that you just used a water jet. And it's just a single heavy large golden medallion, and on that medallion is writing and symbols. And with 2 hands you carefully pick that medallion out of the chest. You feel the weight of it. You see the brightness of it. You notice how it looks like it could have been made yesterday. You feel what that gold feels like under your fingers. And you start reading what it says on the medallion. And as you work out what it says, you notice why everyone had been coming here and seeing this medallion. Why everyone was coming and kneeling near the medallion in that chest. You notice it reads that it had been in that chest, placed in the chest, thousands of years earlier. It lists events at the point it was placed in the chest that you know had only happened thousands and thousands of years ago. And it doesn't say why it would have ended up related to that abbey. But you realise why that abbey was looking after it, and why no one had moved it, even when the island was drifting into obscurity and disappearing under the ocean, and why it was just forgotten in time, because it had spiritual significance. It was a connection between the physical and the spiritual world. Just like there are connections in time, there are connections between other things. And it's a timeless connection. And that the time portal you'd stepped through was a representation and a symbol of this medallion, and what this medallion is capable of when you get the right mindset. That this medallion connects all souls, past, present and future, and that by being in its presence, allowing yourself to fall into harmony with the medallion, that connection transcends time, connects you with your ancestors in the past, present and your relatives in the future, and with all beings. And you suddenly saw the significance of this medallion. And you knew that it needed to be kept somewhere, and it needed to remain available. That by having it available, it didn't just allow people who came and sought out its presence to connect with the past, present and future, and with relatives and loved ones on a spiritual level. As long as the medallion remains intact, and looked after. It allows that to occur worldwide. And so you realize what you have to do. You place that medallion back in the chest. You weld the chest shut. And you drive off to those woods. And you wheel that chest through the woods towards that valley. And when you reach that valley, you head out to the ruins of the abbey. You go beyond the ruins of the abbey to the nearby cemetery that for hundreds of years was used by the abbey. And you decide this is the best place to ensure the safety of hiding this chest, of making sure that no one gets hold of the chest, perhaps to just melt down the gold, to enable the spiritual life of all beings to continue, connected past, present and future. That for thousands of years this has continued to be the object that allows that connection. And you don't know how it works, and you don't have to know how it works. You just know that somehow this was created to allow humanity to have a connection, to have spirit and spiritual growth and spiritual connection to all things. And so out in the cemetery, you dig a hole deep down. You place that chest down there. And you cover it over, pat it all down, replace the grass. And then you go back to that abbey. You walk into the ruins of the abbey. You just want to have that feeling of what you've done and to know if it's transcended time, made any difference. You have this feeling like somehow you were playing a part you were always meant to play. You just didn't know you were meant to play it. And you walk into the ruins of the abbey, and you go to that wardrobe, and you open the wardrobe, and you just see the back of the wardrobe, and you notice that that time portal has closed. That somehow, maybe being in this location, maybe because the people of this abbey were the last protectors of that chest, maybe somehow the chest is the thing that created the time portal, knowing more about you than you do about your reaction to discovering its purpose, that it needed to be moved to a more sacred place, to a place it would remain undisturbed, serving its purpose, when no one will come and worship it or bow down before it or anything like that, where it'll just serve its purpose to humanity for eternity, and you feel you played your part. So you travel home, knowing no one will know about it. You're not going to tell anyone about it. You just have this feeling inside you of positivity, of doing something right, with no desire for a reward or recognition. And you settle down for the night to go to bed with a clear mind, a clear conscience, and some clear rest as you comfortably relax, drift off asleep. And so as you comfortably drift off asleep, listening to my voice in the background, I'm just going to tell a story about somebody who was on a long plane journey. And they regularly made these long plane journeys. They'd go to the airport. They would check in about 4 hours early. They'd get their luggage through. They'd go through all the check-in process so that they'd have time to chill out. They didn't like to feel rushed or hurried. They just liked to be able to chill out and relax. Until they knew that boarding was approaching. And they liked to have everything take its time and feel relaxed. And then on the plane, they would sit and they would listen to the various announcements. They'd pay attention to the various announcements. They'd gaze out the window as the plane travels along the runway. They'd gaze out the window as the plane leaves the runway. They'd be fascinated by that feeling between the plane being on the runway, getting faster and faster, and the vibrations and the sounds, and leaving the runway, and the silence from underneath the plane, and the sudden relaxation. And then they would sit back in their seat. They'd put headphones on, and they'd begin to drift comfortably asleep. And as they drift comfortably asleep, so they would imagine themselves walking down some steps. On step 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They'd imagine walking down the steps. And they'd have a sense of each step, taking them deeper and more comfortably into a beautiful relaxed sleep. And as they walk down those steps, so their attention gets more focused internally on the experience they're having. And as their attention focuses on the experience, so they relax. And the more they focus inward, the less they focus externally. And as they relax and reach the bottom of the steps, they find themselves walking along the edge of a river. And they just walk gently relaxing along the edge of the river on a riverbank, watching the way the water is flowing, watching little eddies in the water, watching dragonfly dancing above the water, noticing the way fish occasionally poke their mouths out the water, and the little splashes of fins in the water. And they walk along the riverbank, just gazing down diagonally into the water, noticing the bottom under the water, noticing the rocks, plants, and just finding their mind drifts and wanders, and gets drawn into this ecosystem, to this life that happens beneath that water. And while that occurs, they notice each footstep they take, what it feels like to be walking on that riverbank. They notice the feeling of the breeze on their skin. And they notice how much they relax deeper with each step they take. And what they're doing as they walk along is they're trying to find a perfect place to stop and look and relax. A perfect place on the riverbank. And so as they walk along that bank, they find the ideal spot. And they stop, sit down. They can feel the grass under their hands. They relax back. They close their eyes and they begin to listen to that sound of the running water and listening to the sounds of birds in the sky, and aware of how these sounds help them drift off. And while they drift off deeper into their mind, they begin to imagine themselves somewhere else. They imagine themselves walking through an ancient city where everything appears to be made of sand, seems so smooth. They run their hands along sand blocks, feeling the smoothness of that stone. They admire the work of the sand. And they walk through this ancient city, heading towards a temple. And they can hear the hustle and bustle of other people in the city, in this ancient city. They can see people walking in and out of that temple in the distance as they walk towards the temple themselves. And they come here whenever they enter a plane and need to relax. They go to that riverbank, settle down on that riverbank, and come to this ancient city. And they walk through the ancient city to that temple. And as they arrive at the temple, they admire the size of it, the vastness of this temple. And they push open the door, walk into the temple and recognize how echoey each footstep is in here. They walk around the outside of the center of this temple, following a path around the outside, and then halfway round it cuts towards the center, and they follow that path all the way to the center, and they join a queue of people, and those people are queued up to have a sip out of a cup. And what they're sipping is water from a spring that comes up here in the middle of the temple. This water is healing water. And someone's dunking the water in the spring and then handing it to people who then have a sip before walking away. And so this person queues and waits patiently and expectantly as each person before them gets given that cup. They have a sip, they hand the cup back, then they walk away. And then the next person gets given the cup, they have a sip, they hand the cup back, and then they walk away. And then the next person gets given the cup, they have a sip, they hand the cup back, and then they walk away. And eventually it gets to this person's go, who has a sip, hands the cup back, and walks away. And he follows the others down some steps, away from that center of the room. And he follows them through into another room. And in this room, there are mats on the floor. And people are coming in here, they're lying down on the mats, closing their eyes, and drifting into a meditative state. And so this person follows them in, lies down on one of the spare mats, closes his eyes, and lets that healing water work by drifting inside his mind and seeing where he'll go. And as he drifts and floats inside his mind, he has a sense of himself navigating a boat down a canal. And it's a houseboat, and he has a sense that he lives on this. And there's beautiful countryside to the left and right of him. And he has a sense of navigating this boat down the canal. He's aware of what the sky looks like, what the clouds look like, birds, the sound of the water of the canal, feeling of the air. He navigates this houseboat down the canal. And he can hear the sound of the houseboat, hear the motor on the houseboat as he navigates it down the canal. And he reaches some locks, and he climbs off the boat, walks to the locks, opens the first locks, gets back on the boat, enters the lock, closes it behind him, and waits as the water rises and rises and rises. And after a while, the water stops rising. He gets off the boat again, fully opens the lock in front of him, gets back on the boat, passes through the lock and closes it behind him. And then slightly opens the other lock to drain that water out again. And then gets back to his boat and continues his journey. And he finds somewhere to moor the boat up. Somewhere he's going to call home. And he calls this place home. And he has some beautiful countryside around him. He has a bank that he can go and sit out on. And he enjoys this environment, finds it relaxing and peaceful. And then while he falls asleep in this houseboat, he begins to wake up in a forest. And as he wakes up in a forest, he notices the different sounds in the forest. Waking up in an evening in a forest. And he walks through the forest, pushing his way through dense forest, before reaching a lake. And at this lake, he sees a boat. He climbs into the boat and he rows out into the lake. And then he pulls the oars into the boat and just sits back in that boat to float. And he can feel the boat rocking ever so gently in the waves. He can hear the way the water's just lapping against the edge of the boat. He can see stars in the sky. He can hear the jungle sounds. He knows he's learning something. And on the boat he finds a book. And he picks up the book and he starts paging through that book. And he notices that each page is just started with an open-ended sentence. And so he reads one page and then another page, and he doesn't know what the open-ending sentences mean and why that's all that's in the book. And he turns the pages one at a time. And as he reaches the end of the book, so he sees a mirror on the inside of the back cover. And notices himself in that mirror and knows the pages were to teach him something and the mirror was to teach him something. And he closes the book, puts it back under a chair, closes his eyes resting in that boat to ponder the meaning of the book. And after some time pondering the meaning of the book, he starts to get a feeling of what the meaning of the book is. He starts to row his way back to shore. And pushes on through the jungle before finding somewhere to settle down close his eyes and drift off to sleep. And just as he's drifting off asleep, he awakens near the houseboat. He turns the houseboat around and starts to make his journey back along the canal. And he journeys back along the canal. And he reaches the lock. He makes sure the far side of the lock is shut. He opens the near side slightly. It allows some of that water to run into the lock. He watches as that water level rises until it's the same level as the water where he is. He then fully opens the lock, gets back in the boat, drives into the lock, closes it behind him, then opens the lock in front of him just ever so slightly. As that water level lowers, and he pays attention and watches as the water gradually lowers. And he finds it such a fascinating thing. Something so simple allows boats to go up and down, allows water to be higher and lower. And then once the water's drained, and the water level inside the lock is the same as the level outside the lock where he's heading, he opens it up, goes back to his boat, drives his boat through the lock to the rest of the canal, gets out the boat and closes it behind him, and then goes back to his boat and continues his journey. And while he's continuing his journey, enjoying the countryside, enjoying the slow pace of life, he finds a place to rest and moor up, and he drifts off asleep and finds himself waking up in that sleep temple where he knows that healing water has helped him and has taught him something and has done what it does. He finds his way back out of that temple. He wanders round and explores for a while, around the ancient city. And then he finds somewhere just outside the city, where he stops, sits down, closes his eyes, and drifts comfortably off asleep. And as he does, he finds himself awakening on the bank of that lake, on the edge of the river. Knowing that now, when he's ready, he's able to drift back to wakefulness on that plain. He knows that he sleeps on the plain for the whole time the journey takes, and that his unconscious mind is responsive and notices when the plane is approaching landing, and that gives him an unconscious signal to awaken on the plane. But before that, he just stays in these different sleeps, exploring lakes and rivers, exploring different places, ancient times. Each time he drifts off asleep, he awakens somewhere else. And in that other place, when he drifts off to sleep, he awakens back where he came from. If he's heading in that direction, and he can head in one direction or another. He can head deeper and further into more and more sleeps, or he can head back through the sleeps, closer to wakeful awareness. And he can do that as he chooses, until such time that he decides to wake up. But for now he decides to make the most of drifting, floating and relaxing, asleep for a little longer. So as you listen to me, I don't know whether you'll drift comfortably asleep deeper with the sound of my voice, with the words that I'm using, or perhaps with the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell you a story about a woman who has been finding things very stressful. She's been finding herself lost in her own mind, lost in thoughts and worries, really struggling to process different life events. And so she decides to take a break from it all for a while. She decides that she wants to try something new and calming. So she goes and visits a monastery and decides to stay in this monastery for a while. And every day in this monastery, she goes and sits in the garden. She closes her eyes. And she starts to listen. She listens to the sound of her breathing, listens to the sounds of people milling around her, listens to the sounds of birds in the garden, listens to sounds outside of the garden, and she gradually broadens her hearing out, listening to things further and further away. And then she focuses on her feeling her breathing in and out, feeling the way her chest moves, the way her shoulders move, the way her arms move as she breathes, feeling the sensation of the air as it flows in and out of her nostrils, feeling the movement of her eyelids and her eyes, feeling the subtle, gentle movements and sways and the odd twitch throughout her body, feeling the sensations of the ground beneath her. And she gradually spreads out her physical awareness. And then she focuses on her visual awareness, seeing the way the light in front of her eyes shifts and changes as clouds pass over the sun or as people walk past, seeing the way that she sees like little sparks, little flashes of light from time to time, little patches of colour and movement, like little circles of movement and subtle dark shades against the dark background, and seeing how it can almost look like some static, and then noticing that every now and then she gets a glimmer of an image. And while the images begin to appear and grow and increase, she notices how her inner dialogue changes from a chatter she's uncontrolled of to something she has control of, to something that just seems to be silent. And she watches the images and notices thoughts, that there are some images that come and go, just like thoughts coming and going, that reduce and get less and less, fewer and fewer, as she sits there meditating. And she sits and meditates in this way every single day to really learn about herself, her inner awareness. And while she sits and meditates, so she starts to spontaneously find herself walking through the countryside, walking through some grassy hills, and then down towards a lake. And as she's walking down towards the lake, she notices there's a cabin down there on the edge of the lake. And she feels drawn to that cabin. She feels somehow like that cabin is her sanctuary. That cabin is a safe place for her to go. The thing that she wanted to gain from coming to this monastery was some kind of inner connection. Something that can connect what goes on here in the monastery with what goes on in everyday life. Something where she could just think about it or close her eyes for a moment and be somewhere that brings what she needs at that moment in her life. And she has this feeling that this cabin is that place. And so she walks down the hillside, down towards that cabin, down towards all that woodland surrounding the lake, the most beautiful blue lake. And she can see as she's walking down the hill that off in the distance beyond the woodland are mountains, and off behind that is just pure blue sky. And she walks down to that cabin and thinks to herself that it's the most beautiful wooden log cabin that she's seen. So she walks down to that cabin, enters the cabin, releasing the latch as she walks in, hearing that latch go, opening the door and hearing it as it moves open and closing it behind her. And she can hear a crackling log fire in here. And she looks around the inside of the cabin, feels the warmth in the cabin, almost like the cabin is giving her a comfortable hug. And she goes and makes herself a nice drink and sits down by that fire and just feels a sense of deep peace, calm and relaxation. And while she sits down, in front of that fire and feels that peace, calm and relaxation. Her eyes begin to close and she begins to drift off into a reverie, drift off into a daydream or a sleep. And as she does, her mind begins to travel, and she finds herself waking up in a rowing boat in the middle of that lake outside the cabin. And she feels like there's something here to learn. And she wakes up in a rowing boat in the middle of that lake. And in that rowing boat, she can hear the very gentle lapping of the water against the boat. She can see the subtle movement of the waves across the lake. Notice the way that light dances and moves on the surface. Seeing some dragonfly flying just above the lake. And getting a perspective on the forest, on the woodland surrounding the lake. And she's unsure why she has awoken here, or what she's supposed to do. So she decides to just start rowing, and she picks a direction. She feels she's probably not supposed to just row back to the cabin and go back in the cabin and sit in front of the fire again. So she decides just to row in a different direction. And so she randomly picks a direction and starts to row towards the shore. And she rows and she can hear the oars as they push through the water, feel the occasional splash and spray of the water, smell that fresh water smell. And she rows and rows across the lake. And after some time, she rows all the way to the distant shore. And then she does one big row to launch the boat up onto the shore a little bit, so that she can climb out of the boat onto the shore without getting wet feet. And she climbs out of the boat onto the shore and decides to cut through the woods and continue to explore. So she walks through the woods in the direction of the mountains. And she notices that it gets darker and darker the further into the woods she goes. And she can hear different sounds that are unfamiliar to her. She knows they're sounds of nature, but to her they're unfamiliar. And she feels a little anxious with this, with the unfamiliarity. And she's aware that she has to begin to gain some courage as she walks through the woods. So she walks through the woods, gaining courage, but unsure how she's doing it. She's not trying to gain courage, it's just happening as she walks. And the more she walks, the more courage she gains, while also gaining wisdom. And she's aware it's important to have the courage and the wisdom together. And she notices this woodland is heading slightly upwards. So she follows it and climbs and follows and keeps climbing. And it gets darker and darker the denser the woods get. And then eventually she finds a clearing that's quite high up, that looks down the other side into a deep valley and the other side of the valley is the foot of the mountains, and then the mountains stretch up out of sight. And she notices that the sun has set, the moon has risen, and apart from the moonlight illuminating the area, everything is in darkness. And she feels this compulsion to give a whistle, and so she whistles into the valley. She doesn't know why she feels a compulsion to do it, but she just feels a compulsion to whistle into the valley. So she whistles into the valley and then is silent to listen to the way that whistle reverberates and travels in all directions and bounces back to her ears, and what that whistle tells her about the shape and the makeup of the valley. She then starts climbing down into the valley, walking down the steep woodland into the valley. A part of her feels like she should just go back onto that boat and head back to the cabin, or even better, perhaps just wake up. But another part of her is aware that this is all part of her experience and learning and growth, and that if her mind is giving her this learning experience, she should be grateful to it. She should accept the learning experience and go with it and see what she can learn. And so she goes down into the valley, and deep down in the valley she sees that there's a fast flowing stream heading from one side, cutting right through the valley and down the other side. And she wonders, should she cross the stream and carry on towards the mountains, or perhaps just turn and walk either up or downstream. And she decides that the way to go is upstream, and to see where it would take her, see where this stream begins. And so she starts to follow the stream. And at one point she decides to put her hand in the water. She just feels this compulsion to touch the water, and she feels how cold that water is, and deduces that the stream must originate high in the mountains. And so she follows that stream, and she doesn't know how far she'll be following it. She just knows she needs to follow it until she's learned the necessary lessons, and she's sure that when she has, she'll wake up by that fire in the cabin. And so she follows that stream, and it's easier, she finds, to walk following the stream, where she's not having to push through dense woodland, than to walk through the dense woodland. And after what seemed like hours of walking, she finds herself at a waterfall. And she feels she doesn't want to have to climb up the side of the waterfall and carry on following this to the mountains. But then she thinks she doesn't know what to do if she doesn't do that. And while she's thinking, she suddenly hears some bats, then sees a bat flying out from behind the waterfall. It seemed to pierce straight through the waterfall, and she could notice it in the moonlight, the way the moon glistened off the spray. and she realised there was a cave behind the waterfall. And so she walked close to the side of the rocks, shimmied along the rocks, trying to avoid getting soaking wet. And then noticed there was a cave behind the waterfall. And she lit herself a fire in that cave. And the remaining few bats flew out of the now lit cave. And she sat by that fire in the cave, hearing the rushing water of the waterfall, feeling the peace and calm of the situation, noticing how the fire she'd lit was making shadows and light dance on the cave walls, and making the water glow in the night. And she gazed at that glowing, dancing water, and while she was gazing at that dancing, glowing water, so she noticed her focus narrowing and narrowing and narrowing, until she found herself drifting inside and finding herself in a pit somewhere. And she knew that she was perfectly fine and perfectly safe here, but saw that there was a note that was in her own handwriting that said, "Find your way out of this hole and you'll be ready to go home." And she went over to the sides and she jumped up and couldn't reach the top. She went to another side and jumped up and she couldn't reach the top again. She started walking around, looking around the hole, looking around this pit, trying to figure out what she can use to get out. And as she looked around, she found that there wasn't really much to use. All there was one shovel. And she tried to place the shovel against the edge of the pit and climb onto the handle, and she still couldn't reach her way out. And she tried to dig into the walls of the pit, but found that they were reinforced and that she couldn't get through them. And so she sat down on the floor in the middle of the pit. She looked around herself, looked at all sides, looked above her, put her hands down beside her, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, took an even longer breath out, and told herself to connect, to focus, to discover, to learn, to relax, to have courage, to believe in yourself. And then she saw a flash of light, almost like a firework or a shooting star had just happened in front of her, that lit up the night. And she realized it was a flash of insight, that somehow she had figured it out. And she went and got the shovel, and in the middle of the pit, she started digging. And every shovelful that she dug, she carried over to one side, and she emptied the shovelful next to that side, and then she'd dig some more and take that over and put it next to the side. And she dug down about half her height, about to her waist deep, and then dug a small circle in the ground, and then dug wider and wider and wider. And as she was doing this, the mud she was taking from the middle, she was placing at one side. And after many hours of hard work, many hours of digging and focus, she'd created a mud slope that went from about halfway to the middle at about a 45-degree angle, all the way to the exit, to the top of that pit. And then she just walked up that slope and climbed up the narrow ledge, the narrow gap just between the top of what she'd dug and placed, and climbed out. And no sooner had she done that, and she stretched and opened her eyes by that fire in the cabin, and looked around her and saw that it was morning. And so she left the cabin and started walking along the edge of the lake, and she could see the rowing boat in the middle of the lake. And she walked along the edge of the lake, and then turned up and walked up that hill, and carried on up that hill. And as she walked up that hill, so she woke up in the monastery and realized she was ready to leave, to go home and to fall asleep in her own bed, and to integrate all this into her life, leading to her being able to be calmer, leading her to many changes that she'd come here seeking. So as you listen to me and begin to drift comfortably asleep, you can just let your eyes close. And with your eyes closed, drifting comfortably asleep, my voice can just drift along with you in the background. And you can find yourself walking through an ancient woodland, an untouched ancient woodland. And there's something unusual about this place, and you don't yet know what. And so as you walk through that ancient woodland, so you can hear rustling leaves as the wind blows a breeze. You can notice dancing shimmers of light as the sun shines through the leaves of the trees. You can hear each footstep that you take. You can notice sounds of birds around you and other animals. And feel the air as you breathe in and breathe out. And you can continue to follow a path through this woodland, not yet knowing what's different about it, because you come from a different time, a different place. So there's something strange about this place, and yet at the same time there's something compelling, because everything's new. The trees don't quite look like the kind of trees you've seen before. Plants don't quite look like plants you've seen before. The sounds of birds and other animals don't sound like birds and animals you're completely familiar with. There's something different about this place. You just don't know yet what that is. And so you continue to explore, looking around, wandering and wondering with curiosity. And as you wander around, so you reach a clearing, and when you reach that clearing, you see a horse-like creature. And the best way you could describe it is that it's like a horse, yet it's not like any horse you know. And it seems tame and friendly. It's just eating some grass. It's letting you approach. You can see that it's seen you, and yet it trusts you and it feels comfortable with you. And so you comfortably approach that horse. And you notice there's something unusual about the colour of its hair. And you touch its hair, you look at the colour, you run your fingers through its hair, you pat its side, feel the firmness of that horse, and the warmth given off by that horse. You can hear and feel its breathing, the sound of it eating grass, sound of its feet as it steps on the solid ground. And you have a feeling that this horse seems to be comfortable enough with you to want you to climb onto its back. And so you climb on its back. It lifts its head up from the ground. You nudge it gently in the sides with your feet. You rest your hands on its neck for stability as it trots along. You feel the wind in your hair, temperature of the wind against your face. And you've never ridden a horse bareback like this before. And the horse seems to be highly responsive to you, as you are to it. And the horse bursts into a canter, traversing that meadow. As you watch trees speed past you on either side, you feel steady and in control and safe. And after a while the horse slows down to a trot again, as it trots into some more woodland following a path. You notice how the sound of each footstep of the horse has changed as it moves from the meadow into the woodland. And in this part of the woodland you notice how you hear different sounds. You can notice a sense of beauty in the way that light dances on the path. The way that dust in the air catches the light to create these beautiful shards streaming down from above. And there's something magical about this place. And everything feels so comfortable. So although this land is strange, and you know there's something unusual about it, it feels like a safe place to be. And you know you're just on a journey of discovery. And as your journey of discovery continues, so the horse reaches another clearing. Only this time, as that horse reaches a clearing, you hear thuds, like the sound of large trees falling. And yet you notice that that thudding sound has a pattern to it. And as you come out of that woodland into the clearing, you see a herd of giant, four-legged, long-necked dinosaurs. Swinging their necks from side to side as they feed on the tops of trees, almost like they just stand there stationary. And they move their head from one point, eating the leaves on the trees in one location. And then they move on slightly to the side, a little bit further along and a little bit further along. And once they've cleared an area within their reach, like a semicircle around their head, then they take a few steps. They're facing a different location, and they do the same again. And you rest your hands gently on the horse's neck in a way that says, slow down, stop a moment. And as the horse slows down to a halt, you gaze out over that vast valley from the meadow you're in. Out over a vast valley you can see off into the distance. You can see how the woodland goes up the sides of mountains, off into the distance with mountains either side, like a giant valley. And in the valley are just herds of different dinosaurs, grazing in the sun. and you nudge on the horse to get a closer look, to get closer to the dinosaurs. The horse trots slowly and gently and rhythmically towards those dinosaurs. As you get closer, you notice the true scale of these dinosaurs. You notice how huge they are, that each leg is like a giant tree trunk. And each step reverberates through the ground. You have a sense that on some level they appear to be communicating through the ground in the way they step as well. They seem to just have a relaxed life of eating, taking a few steps, then eating some more. And you nudge the horse on, and the horse walks between the dinosaurs, walks under one of the dinosaurs between its legs. And as it does so, you look up and around you, and it's almost like going into a bridge, looking up and around you, seeing the scale of the dinosaur. And there are smaller dinosaurs feeding on grass like herds of cattle. That are the size of large elephants. And you feel a sense of awe and wonder and curiosity. You knew there was something different about this land, and yet you didn't know what it was. And now you think maybe it's some kind of a prehistoric land. Except you know that the animal you're on, the horse-like animal that you're on, wouldn't have existed if that's what it was. But that's the closest you can imagine it being for now, as you continue to explore. And you travel on that horse deeper into the valley, unsure what else you'll find. And as you continue traveling and the day continues ticking by, so you're aware how the sun is beginning to set. And as the sun's beginning to set, you know that you should settle down for the evening. So you ride the horse up to the side of the valley and up the mountains a little way through the woodland. You enter the woodland, it gets very dark very quick. As the sun's setting and not much sunlight makes it through the trees. And you notice how the sounds change as animals are going to sleep for the night and different animals are coming out for the night. And you notice that some strange glowing plants are opening their leaves as night sets in, while other plants are closing their leaves as the day passes. and you walk through the trees with your horse until you come out the other side, having travelled a little way up the mountain. You come out the other side of the tree line, and it's a little chillier up here, and you carry on travelling along. The edge of the tree line, trying to find a place to set up a camp for the night. And you see just in the mountainside a small cave entrance. You approach the cave entrance, dismount from the horse, and you light a piece of wood on fire to use as a torch, and you go into the cave. You see that it looks like people have been here before. You think this will be a suitable place to settle down for the night. So you go back down to the forest, back down to the line of trees. You get yourself some wood and head back to the cave with arms full of wood. And you make yourself a fire just inside the cave entrance. You then go back down to that wood line. You get yourself some really large leaves, and on the leaves you gather up lots of moss. You carry all that back to the cave, and you make yourself somewhere soft to settle down for the night. And you sit just inside that cave entrance, gazing out towards the trees. You can see the mountains the other side of the valley. And looking left and right, you can see up and down the valley, seeing the mountain line travelling off into the distance in both directions. You know there's just a few places where you can turn off between mountains. We have to go up and over some bits, but it's not as steep as the main mountains. But you're aware this double mountain range keeps this valley separate from most of the rest of the world. And you notice how the weather's beginning to get cooler. Now the sun's set. You can see the stars twinkling in the sky. You can see different colours in the sky. And feel the warmth of that fire on your skin, warming your cheeks, warming your hands, as it crackles and dances in front of you. And the light dances, making shadows dance around the cave walls. And you lie back on the leaves and moss that's so comfortable. You lie back on that leaf and moss bed that you made. And the horse lies down outside the cave and drifts off asleep. And you lie down inside the cave and you're just gazing up at the ceiling, watching the firelight make shadows dance on the ceiling and around the walls. Almost like a play is playing out around the walls. And while you watch that, so your eyelids feel heavier and heavier, and you notice from time to time the eyes blink shut, and sometimes the eyes blink shut for an extended period of time and then just comfortably open again, just gazing at those dancing shadows before just closing again as you go deeper and deeper inside your mind, as you start drifting comfortably and effortlessly asleep. And you're not trying to fall asleep, it's just happening comfortably and effortlessly all by itself. There. And as you listen to that crackling fire, even with your eyes shut, light is dancing the other side of your eyelids, and you're aware of that light dancing and moving. And even as that's all taking place, so you drift asleep. And all that just helps you drift asleep more comfortably, more peacefully. And while you comfortably and peacefully drift asleep, so the night rolls on. And then in the morning, you wake up and there's still the warmth from the fire. It's still smouldering slightly, glowing red. You have something to eat. You stand up, you stretch. You feel so rested and alert. And you decide now, with the day rising, you'll take a moment to explore this cave. You light a torch and you wander deeper into the cave. And as you wander deeper into the cave, you recognize that someone has been here before, because you see writing on the walls, you see handprints on the walls, you see drawings of different animals. Animals that, had you not seen them with your own eyes, you wouldn't have believed were drawn on the walls by these cave people. And you recognize that some of the drawings seem to be of things that are familiar to the view you have from the cave, like the shape of the mountain opposite. And you recognize that someone has drawn a map, has tried to mark something out. And you don't know what, and you don't know for what purpose. But it gets your interest, it piques your curiosity. You don't know if anyone else has ever seen these cave drawings before you. And whether anyone else has ever gone exploring, or even if they had seen it, had they figured out that this was a map? And so you note down as you look at that where you need to go. You don't know what's at the end of your journey. All you know is that you want to make that journey. You want to go exploring, discovering. And so you get out a compass, you work out the route to take. Because from up here you can see where you need to head, but once you're back down in the valley, it's not so easy to see, especially if you're traveling through the woods. So you want to make sure you're going in the right direction. And so you get back out onto the horse. And head back down through the woods, back down to that valley. You feel the warmth of the newly rising sun. You notice a mist. As water that settled during the night is evaporating from throughout the valley. And you head past more dinosaurs, over to the other side of the valley, to the woodland on the other side of the valley. And you head into the wood line. Start working your way through the woodland, the cracking sound of branches under horsefoot. Dancing, shimmering light through the leaves in the trees, the sounds of animals, the rustling sound of the breeze, you come out of the other side of the wood line. And you have to dismount from the horse and make the rest of the journey on foot. You have to climb up a rock face that's pretty steep. So you take some time to start that climb. Feeling that connection with that rock face. Almost pinning yourself to that rock face as you climb higher and higher. And at the top of the rock face, you get your compass back out and you get your bearings. And you take a moment to turn around and look at where you've come from. Look over the valley. And you continue climbing at a steady rate as you head towards the sound of running water. And you find this huge waterfall heading down this mountain, creating a river that flows through that valley. You reach down, you touch the water and feel how cold that water is as it starts at snow at the top of the mountain. You have a drink of some of that water. And as you drink, so you discover that water has strange properties. You have a sense of how you're beginning to rejuvenate. How that water seems to heal you from the inside out. Being able to feel the sensation of the water passing down inside you with each mouthful you take. And you notice that the journey on foot is going to be difficult, and that it would be easier to make this journey from here on a raft. And you know that that means having to row against the flowing water, that it's not flowing too fast once you get away from the waterfall's edge. And there's not many trees up here, this high in the mountain, just some that have managed to cling on near the running water. So you find some wood, bind it together, creating yourself a raft. You travel away from the edge far enough that the flow is quite slow and gentle. You then put the raft in the water, climb onto it, noticing that slight bob in the water as your weight gets onto that raft. And being that bit closer to the water, you notice the smell of the water, that beautiful clean air smell. Almost like the water has taken any impurities out of the air. And you start rowing upstream, continuing to follow your compass, knowing what direction you need to end up heading. And you know that at some point you'll reach the base of another waterfall. But for now, this river's quite slow and gentle and calm. Everything's so quiet as you've moved away from the waterfall. And unexpectedly, you notice how this river curves around. It's following a very windy route. It's actually heading in the direction you want to head. And so you follow it round and then around another corner, as the sun now is moving in the direction of night time. and you feel the air cooling on your face as the sun begins to set. And so you pull the raft ashore. You climb up slightly to a bit higher ground. And there's a sheer, flat surface beside you, like a flat cliff edge. That's not very high, perhaps just a few meters. And you rest your raft against that flat surface, making a makeshift shelter. You create a small fire at the entrance. And you comfortably crawl into that shelter, lying with your head nearest to the fire, hearing that crackling of the fire, seeing the dancing light as the sun disappears over the horizon. The night sky turns inky black with just white points of starlight. And the sound of flowing water in the background as you drift comfortably asleep for another night. And while you comfortably drift asleep, so you begin to dream about meeting the grandfather. And this grandfather figure is friendly, and sits with you, teaching you some ancient wisdom, some ancient knowledge that's important for you to know. And you don't know why this knowledge is important. And you don't even really at this point realize how important this knowledge is. You just think you're drifting and dreaming. And in the morning, you begin to hear the sound of that flowing water. You open your eyes feeling refreshed. And you go to that really cold water. You get yourself some water to drink. You have something to eat. And you continue on your raft up the stream, up the river. You continue your journey. And by mid-morning, you reach a waterfall. And you don't know whether you need to climb up the side of the waterfall, even higher in the mountain. You don't know exactly where you are in relation to where you want to be, but you know that you must be close. So you climb up the mountain a little way, just so that you can see back the direction you came. And as you look back and you look around, you notice you're about where the map seemed to lead you. So you knew either at the top of the waterfall or somewhere around here must be what you're looking for. You don't know what you're looking for, but you know this area is where that map led. And as you're halfway up towards the top of the waterfall, you decide to just walk all the way to the top first. And at the top of the waterfall you look around and there's nothing there. Water just seems to be flowing up, even higher up to the snow. So you climb back down again and explore down at the base of the waterfall. And as you look into that clear water, you notice almost like a metallic shimmering at the base of the waterfall, deep underwater. And you realize that the waterfall has been carving out a slightly deeper area just where it lands in the water. And it looks like someone has marked that area out for some reason. So you start standing back and exploring, gazing into that water, looking around under that water. And you notice what looks like a cave. But you know that that water is going to be freezing cold. But you decide to dive in anyway. So you dive into the water. Very quickly just diving in under the waterfall, swimming through that cave at the base of the waterfall, and then popping your head up inside a cave. And a large amount of this cave appears to be built out of ice, or carved in the ice, and so light from different angles shines through, and it's light enough to be able to see with a blue hue. As that light shines through the ice into this cave under the waterfall. And the bag on your back is waterproof, and so you quickly get some bits out and you dry yourself off, and you get into dry clothing. And you're surprised that it's actually not that cold here, despite the fact that you've got ice all around you, despite the fact that you're in a waterfall. And right in front of you, you see a pillar. And it's a stone pillar. And on that stone pillar is what looks like a stone button. And you walk around that pillar. You look around the walls. You don't quite know what's going on, but you decide to press that stone button. And as you press that stone button, so a stone slab slides away from the back wall, and you hear that stone slab sliding away from that back wall. to reveal a golden cave where light just shimmers and dances around that cave. And there's what looks like some lava, almost like a lava lake or a lava stream passes through this cave, emitting some heat and some light that dances around those walls. And you see a scroll on a plinth in that cave, written in ancient text. You enter the cave. You notice this cave is made out of gold. You go to that ancient scroll, and it looks like it was left there just yesterday. And the language in that scroll makes no conscious sense, and yet it's a strange language that somehow you just intuitively know and understand. But consciously you just feel a sense that you know and understand it, but you don't know what it is you know and understand. You feel a sense of well-being, a sense that somehow inner wisdom will grow, a sense that in your dreams when you sleep, that scroll will talk to you, teaching you what it is that it knows. And you read that scroll and learn from that scroll. And then you have this feeling that the scroll isn't yours to take. One of its messages that you feel is that the scroll isn't yours to take, that the scroll should be left right there for others to find. So you put the scroll back, you leave the cave. As you leave, so that stone slab slides back into place. And a hole opens up, with some steps going up to it above you. And so you follow those steps up and find yourself coming out where there was once no hole and no path and no entrance, at the top of the waterfall. And so you walk back down to your raft, pondering and wondering about the inner wisdom that you're gaining, that you've developed from that scroll, wondering whether anyone in the future will ever find it and see it, and whether anyone will believe you when you tell them that you'd read this scroll. And rowing back, you find much easier than it was to row there as you follow the river. And you follow the river and you row to the waterfall. And then you climb down by the waterfall. And you go back and find the horse. And the horse has been patiently and politely just waiting. And you ride that horse back down the mountain, down into the woods, through the woods, back down to the valley. All the while pondering what it is you've been learning, what it is you are learning outside of conscious awareness, what it is that your unconscious has learned from that text, has learned from that ancient scroll, and how a simple scroll, how some simple words have had a profound effect on your unconscious. And you have no hurry, you just take your time to enjoy watching the dinosaurs in the valley. As you head all the way back to the other side of the valley. As you head towards the end of another day, and decide that you're not going to stop this time. You're going to make it all the way out of the valley today. And you head all the way out of the valley. Then back up at the other side, through the clearing into the woodland. Through the woodland, back out the other side of the woodland. And that night, you settle down in your own bed, in a warm, comfortable, well-made bed. And you wander and ponder and wonder through thoughts and memories and ideas as you drift and float comfortably off to sleep. So as you listen to me and begin to drift comfortably asleep, you can allow your eyes to close. And with your eyes closed as you drift comfortably asleep, I don't know whether you'll find yourself drifting deeper asleep with the sound of my voice, with the words that I use, or with the spaces between my words. And as you drift comfortably asleep, you can have a sense of a person walking into an old house. And as they walk into this old house, they want to go exploring. They don't know what this house will be like. They know this old house hasn't been lived in for hundreds of years. And there are sheets over some of the furniture. And there's some areas where it's quite dusty. And this house looks like it hasn't been lived in for those hundreds of years. And they walk around exploring the downstairs. They look at the living room and the living area. They notice the bookcases full of really old books. And they have some curiosity about those books. And they take a couple of books off the shelves and flick through those really old books, listening to the sound of the pages as they turn, of those really old books, and the smell of those books, and the weight of those books in their hands. And they put the books back on the shelves before continuing to wander round, wandering into the kitchen, seeing it all clean and tidy, yet looking very old, wandering into the dining room, wandering around the house, noticing the way the light shines in the windows and creates shards of light, catching dust particles in the air. As they then start heading up the stairs to explore upstairs. And halfway up the stairs, they see this beautiful painting. This beautiful painting of a vast landscape. And in the foreground of this painting is what looks like steps leading down a hillside. And they can notice the perspective, and they can notice those steps walking down the hillside, down to some countryside, then a path leading on from the foot of those steps, weaving through fields and countryside, off into the distance, towards the ocean, where they can see in the distance the ocean with some boats on the ocean. They can see the way the sun is setting behind the ocean. And something about this picture captivates them. And they go to touch the picture, but when their hand reaches the picture, there's a fuzzy feeling at their fingertips. They notice their fingertips pass right through the picture. And they carry on pushing their hand forward, and the fuzzy feeling moves from the fingertips, up the fingers, and eventually their whole hand is through that picture. They keep pushing their hand forward, and the fuzzy feeling is at their wrist, and the fuzzy feeling reaches their elbow. And then they touch with their other hand on a different point on the picture, and that hand starts going through as well, with the fuzzy feeling on the fingertips, the palm of the hand, and the wrist, and then the elbow. And they realise there's this odd experience, that they seem to be passing into the picture. And so they take a step forward, and a part of them in their mind is thinking, this is stupid, I'm going to take a step forward and kick through the picture and damage the picture. While another part of them is convinced that if both their hands have passed through the picture and are inside the painting, then there's a good chance that their foot will end up inside the painting. And they put their foot forward, and their foot passes into the picture, and they follow their foot and find themselves stepping into the picture. And they end up having the whole of themselves passing into the picture, then find themselves stood inside the picture, and they turn around to look at what's behind them. And they see what looks like a picture, what looks like a painting of the inside of a mansion, of the inside of that old house. A painting at the top of the stairs, and they can see a staircase the other side of the picture. They recognize that that's where they've just come from. And then they walk down a few stairs. They walk down a few of those steps, down that hillside, so that they can get some perspective, and they turn and look back. It looks like a picture frame with a picture in it, randomly positioned at the top of the stairs, at the top of all those steps. They walk back up the steps. They walk around the back of the picture and realize they can physically walk around that picture, that the back of the picture is just like the back of a canvas. And they walk back round the front again, and they follow those steps down that hillside, walking down deeper with each step towards that countryside. They can hear countryside sounds. They can see that sun setting over the sea. And they decide to walk down to that beach. So they walk all the way down, walk through the countryside. They follow that path down towards the seafront. And when they reach the seafront, they take a moment to find somewhere to sit. They sit down and gaze out at the boats on the ocean. Listen to the sound of the water lapping on the shore. Breathing in some sea air. Hearing sounds of birds. And watching that sun setting. Watching how shadows are stretching out. How the colour is changing as the sun sets. Watching the boats bobbing around out to sea. Being aware that everything just feels so calm and relaxed. Everything just feels so peaceful here. When everything feels so peaceful, they just begin to feel so relaxed. And start to get that feeling like they want to just close their eyes and just drift off a moment. To close their eyes so that they can enjoy with their senses the sounds of the ocean. The sense of breathing in that sea air. So they let their eyes close a moment, just feeling the last of the rays of the sun on their eyelids, on their face, as they drift and dream in their mind, listening to the sea lapping on the shore. Then they notice that the feeling of the sun on their face is almost gone, and they let their eyes open, and they see that some of the boats out to sea have little lights on now. They notice that stars are becoming visible in the sky. Almost like twinkling pinpricks of light that as they lay on their back and gaze up at the sky, so their eyes get more and more used to the dark. And as their eyes get more used to the dark, so they begin to notice different colours, almost like different coloured clouds in the sky, up high in space. They begin to see more and more stars. They begin to notice a band of stars stretching across the sky, and what looks like a band of dust mixed in with those stars. They know this is the Milky Way. They gaze up at that and enjoy looking at that. And they feel so relaxed. They feel so relaxed, they find themselves just drifting off asleep on the edge of the ocean. And then as they drift back to wakeful awareness, while the sun is rising, they realize they've just had the most beautiful, relaxing, wonderful night's sleep. They feel so refreshed and alert. They feel like their mind has been cleared. And they explore along this coastline. And as they explore, they see an archway of woodland, an archway stretching over a woodland path. And they decide to explore into that woodland. They walk into the woodland and notice the morning sunlight, creating dancing shards of light through the trees on the path ahead, crisscrossing and dancing, while they listen to the sound of the breeze blowing in the trees. They listen to the sounds of birds. They have a feeling of each footstep they take, and a sense of comfort and serenity. And after a while of walking through the woodland, they see a little tunnel. It looks like a little doorway. They go to that tunnel. They open that doorway. They see some steps leading down into that tunnel. And they decide to follow those steps. Curious where it'll take them, they follow those steps down into that tunnel. They close the door behind them. Enjoy the cool feeling in the tunnel and can feel the breeze blowing through the tunnel. So they know there's obviously an exit somewhere. They feel that breeze and they follow the breeze. And they find themselves coming out on the most beautiful beach. It's just perfect. They look at the sand, the sea, they look at the sky, and they notice that this beach is in an alcove. It's its own private bay. And the only way to this beach is this secret tunnel. And they realize perhaps that someone had created that secret tunnel because they had somehow seen that beach and they wanted to be able to go on that beach. But they didn't want lots of others to go on the beach. They wanted their own private area And now this person had found that beach. And they went for a little swim in the sea, which was warm and comfortable. Then they lay in the sun, drying off in the sun, enjoying some warmth and relaxation. And then after a while, as the sun began to set again, they went back to that secret tunnel. They head through the secret tunnel, back out into the woods. And they followed their way through the woods, enjoying the sounds, the sights, the feeling of the breeze, noticing how the dancing light had moved to the other side. And then exiting that area back onto that beach. And they wandered along the beach, knowing that they're heading back to that house. So they take their time to take in being on this beach. Take the time to take in relaxing. Before going back to those steps and finding their way back to that painting. And as they walk back to the painting, they can notice birds flying up high. They take a moment to stop near the top, to turn and look out over where they've just been. And they see that the sun is almost as set as it was when they entered this area. And so they continued up those steps. They could see the painting at the top, with the view in that painting looking exactly as it did before. And they tentatively put a hand forward to touch the painting. Feel that fuzzy feeling as the hand passes through the painting. They do the same with their other hand. And then they take a step through the painting, stepping the whole body through that painting, and ending up in that house again. And they turn around and they look at the painting, and they admire the painting, and realize it looks just as it did. And they look at their time and notice that less time has passed than they thought. That it seems like maybe just a minute or two have passed since they stepped into that painting. And they wondered what this experience was all about. They put their hand forward to touch that painting again, and the hand touched the painting. And they touched it with the other hand, and that hand touched the painting. And somehow they now couldn't manage to step through the painting. And it was curious, it was as if none of that experience had happened. That a couple of minutes had passed, and maybe they just stood here for a couple of minutes and it was in their mind. And yet it felt very real to them. And they're convinced they had really stepped into that painting. And so they carried on up the stairs to the next floor. They wandered around that floor, looking in the different rooms, in one bedroom, in another, in the bathroom, continuing to explore this old house. And then they saw a book on a bedside table, They sat down carefully on the bed. They picked up the book. They started looking through that book. And they saw that painting in the book. They saw a drawing of the painting. They saw an illustration of the painting. And they read the writing that went with that. And the writing about that painting being a special kind of painting, being a portal to another land and another time. And they read that at any one time you can only pass through it once, each way, and that it takes a while for it all to reset. It takes a while for the magic to build up again, to allow you to step through that painting again. And the person wondered to themselves how many people have perhaps walked up and down those stairs over the years, have seen the painting and never once approached it. They also wondered whether anyone has ever tried cleaning the painting, and at the point of trying to clean the painting, they've discovered themselves putting their own hand through the painting. And how many people perhaps have stepped into that painting before, and whether the sunrise and the sunsets that happen there are all just the same day playing over and over again, and how much of a world is through that painting. And they wondered whether they can come back here again and go into that painting again a number of times to explore these ideas. They didn't see anyone when they went through that painting, but they wondered if it worked the other way round, whether anyone from inside the painting could see this random painting at the top of the steps, at the top of the hill, and decide to see what's the other side of the painting, and come out of the painting land into their land. And if so, who might it be, and where do they come from, and what is their experience? The person had so many questions he wanted answers for. And so he sat back on the bed and he continued to read that book, giving him these different answers. And as he read that book, getting these different answers, he found himself lying back on that bed and drifting comfortably and relaxed, asleep. So as you begin to drift comfortably asleep with your eyes closed, you can listen to me talking in the background. And I don't know whether you'll drift deeper with the sound of my voice or the words that I use, or whether you'll drift deeper into sleep with the spaces between my words. And so as you begin to fall asleep, you can listen to me tell this story in the background. And there was a monk in a monastery, and every day since being in this monastery, he would walk around the monastery in a purposeful way, following the same route each day, before settling down under a tree to meditate. And this tree was in the monastery gardens. He'd settle down under that tree to meditate. And this day, while this monk began to meditate, he started to see space. He started to see some kind of a craft in space. He started to have a sense of this craft floating through space, weightless. And he had no concept or idea about space. But like all his meditations, he accepted it for what it was and he just went with it. And he had this sense of being on some kind of a spacecraft as it circled the earth. And he could see the earth below. And he was curious. He'd never seen what the earth looked like from space. He could see the continents, the oceans. He could see clouds. And as the ship circled the earth, he could see the sun peering out from behind the earth. And at other times he could see the moon peering out from behind the earth. And he was curious what he was learning during this meditation. And he took some time to focus on his weightlessness. And he thought to himself about how the only time he'd ever felt like this before was when he would jump off a cliff into the ocean as a boy. And that for the time between jumping off the cliff and reaching the ocean, he would feel exhilarated. And yet he would also feel weightless. And he thought to himself how this experience in space feels just like that. And as he gazed down from space, he could notice areas that he knew must be forests. And he wondered how much higher than the tallest trees he must be. He noticed areas of mountains. And he was aware of how far away everything looked from up here. And as he looked out the window in the opposite direction, he could see the familiar night sky, only there were far more stars and colours. And nothing was twinkling. And he found this curious. And he thought to himself how this spacecraft is a bit like a palace in space. As he pushed his way down the craft, and you could see areas for sleeping, areas that looked like you could play games and do different things. But he couldn't understand how, because you just floated. And then he noticed how this craft began to point away from the earth. and he heard something moving. And he saw someone else who was on this journey with him, pressing a button. And as that sound of movement occurred, he started to feel himself falling to the floor. And he realized somehow that person had turned the gravity on. And he went and looked out the window, and he saw that the bit of craft he was in was turning. And the craft began to move out of the orbit of the Earth and started accelerating in a new direction. And he didn't know at this point where the craft was going. He felt this meditation was almost prophetic. It was almost like somehow he was seeing something in the future. Because he'd never heard of crafts in space, never imagined anything like this, and yet it all felt so real to him. And as that craft travelled further away from the Earth, so he was able to look out the windows and watch that pale blue dot moving further back into the distance. And he could see the grey moon near that pale blue dot, both moving further into the distance. And he settled himself in for the journey, wondering what he'll learn next. And the further away from the Earth that ship got, the faster the ship was getting. And he learned that this ship was travelling to another planet to learn about another civilization, to see what life is like elsewhere. And he was curious by this. He had connected with different life on Earth in his meditations. He had connected with past lives, but this is the first time he'd connected with a future life. And he hadn't even thought that there would be life away from the Earth. He hadn't even thought about the idea that there could be other Earths. So this was all fascinating and curious to him. And as the journey set in, he noticed how much free time he had, where there was nothing to do but travel and occasionally check that everything's working okay. And so he sat himself down and drifted into a meditation. And in this meditation he could feel the movement of the ship. He could feel a connection with those on the ship. And he began to spread his awareness outside of the ship. And for the first time, he began to spread his awareness out into the universe, to see what else his awareness could connect with. And as he drifted and meditated on that ship, he began to sense that when you let your awareness spread out into the universe, you realize the universe is full of consciousness, ready and willing to connect with you. And so he allowed his connection to occur with different consciousnesses throughout the universe. And after regular extended meditations over many months, the monk was informed that the ship was nearing its destination. The monk went and looked out the window and could see this planet getting closer. He could see that it looked like Earth but didn't. And as the ship started circling the planet, so the monk went down to the surface in a small craft to go and explore this planet. And on the surface, the monk exited the ship and was greeted by a slightly different smell of air, and yet it felt familiar and was breathable. Of what looked a bit like long grass, but wasn't. And the monk reached down and ran his hand through that, and it felt a bit like long grass, but it was a different plant. And the monk could see what looked like tall trees, but again they weren't familiar. And the monk wandered off and explored, and had been tasked with heading to a specific set of coordinates. And so the monk followed a device in those directions towards those coordinates. And as the monk walked, the monk took in their surroundings, what the world sounded like, what everything felt like, the breeze on his face, a sense of deep curiosity and wonder. And the monk could see a pyramid off in the distance, and assumed that that must be where he's heading. And he continued walking towards that pyramid, and he wondered about why it would be a pyramid, and he thought to himself about how if you're creating a structure to last, a pyramid is a good structure. And as he approached the pyramid, so he noticed that there were symbols around that pyramid, and he took records of the symbols before finding a way into the pyramid. and he noticed as he entered the pyramid how the sound changed. How the sound went from not echoey to being slightly echoey. How the sound of the wind suddenly sounded a little deeper. As he walked deeper and deeper into the pyramid. And as he walked into the pyramid, he wondered what he would find. He could notice the way the light bounced around the walls. And then eventually, he found an opening to a vast chamber. And in the center of that chamber was a propped up stone block, at least twice the height of the monk, and at least as wide as his arms could stretch. And he started reading what was on that stone tablet. And it was different symbols, different metaphorical language. And he was tasked with trying to understand this. And he always found meditation helped. And so he reached forward and rested a hand on that stone tablet. And as he rested a hand on the stone tablet, he allowed his eyes to close. And while his eyes were closed, he felt his mind beginning to connect with the tablet through the sensations through his fingertips. And as he connected with that tablet, so he began to get visions of the content of the tablet, and realized that this tablet was teaching a way of life of an ancient civilization, was teaching what came before and where they went after, and how they actually were spreading into the universe, how they wanted to be star people, how they built these giant pyramids as a way of transferring knowledge to those who discover, how they'd built vast pyramids on planets they'd visited, as a way of transferring and storing knowledge. And so after the monk learned what he needed to know, he found his way out of the pyramid, found his way back through jungle, back through meadows, all the way back to the ship. And he took off in the ship, back up to the ship circling the planet. He docked with that ship, explained his findings. Before that ship started its journey back towards the Earth, and as it did, they kicked in the gravity again, and the ship started its journey back. And while on its journey back, the monk took time to meditate on the ship, Time to absorb connecting with universal consciousness, to absorb connecting with the consciousness of beings throughout this universe. And the monk didn't know what time or place this was, just that this obviously wasn't a past life, so it must be a future life. And the monk wanted to hang on to learning, wanted to hang on to discovering what would be helpful to apply to his time. And as the craft arrived back at the earth and circled around the earth once more, the monk found himself feeling compelled to go and sit down and meditate. And as he sat down and meditated, so he began to hear the sounds of birds. He began to feel the breeze on his face. He began to feel the tree against his back. And as he gently opened his eyes, he found himself back in that monastery in his own time. And he hung on to the experience that he'd had and the learning that he'd had. And like he usually does, he went and recorded his experience to make sure it could be shared with others, and to make sure that others begin to realize that there's more life out there than just the life around you that you can see. That this place we call Earth is only one of tens of thousands, if not millions, of Earths. That life from advanced civilizations down to the most primitive basic life exists throughout the universe. And the monk felt it was his duty to begin to share this knowledge, share this wisdom, to teach about how we're not the most important thing, we're not the only thing, we're just one thing, we're part of a web of life, a connection with all things. And that night the monk found himself drifting off asleep, thinking and dreaming about that future, dreaming about when that future was, and what other futures may be ahead of him to experience. And he enjoyed just drifting, floating, falling asleep in those dreams. So as you relax and listen to me talking in the background, you can let your eyes close and you can begin to comfortably drift off asleep. And as you comfortably drift off asleep, I don't know whether you'll find yourself drifting comfortably asleep more with the sound of my voice, or with the words that I use, or perhaps with the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift off asleep, I'll tell a story in the background about a boy who's walking through a town He's heading to an old library. And this boy's walking through a town, and he's visited this library before. And he walks along a park, and he runs his fingers along the iron railings. He gazes up and notices the colour of the sky, hears the sounds around him, feels each footstep as he walks along. And has a sense of excitement while he's walking to the library. He never used to really read books until he read a really interesting one day. And that was in the library, and he wanted to go back and read another. Or perhaps even another story from that one book. And as he arrived at the library, so he gazed up at it, marvelled at the old stonework, the steps leading up to the large wooden doors. He walked up those steps, pushed on the doors, and entered the library. And shortly after entering the library, he could smell that old book smell. And he walked around the quiet library, noticing how his footsteps barely made a sound, like the sound seemed to travel such a short distance from his feet. And as he walked around, he started exploring the shelves. He started searching for that old book he'd read before. And he passed all the newer books and moved to the area where there's old books. And he found the old book he'd read before. He took that large book off the shelf, positioned himself on the floor cross-legged, opened the beginning of the book, found the contents, and then flicked through to the next story. And once he'd found the page of the next story, so he lifted open the book. On the floor in front of him. And as he did, and as he then started reading, a bright white light began to emanate from that book, began to engulf the book, and then started to spread out into the library, spread out to encompass him. And that bright white light appeared to spread out just enough to encompass him and the book before it stopped, almost like it had some kind of substance. And then that bright white light began to show different colours, different patterns, different textures, different movement. And as he watched the colours, patterns, textures and movement dancing on that light in all directions, as he gazed around to the left, to the right, above, behind him, in front of him, he started to recognize that an image was forming around him. An image of a land that wasn't the library. He found himself sat on some grass. He could feel the warmth of a sun beating down on him. He could see lush trees and plants, hear running water, see a small lake. And he stood up, and as he stood up, so he couldn't see the book anymore, or the library floor. All he could see was his surroundings. And he was curious where he was. So he went over to one of the tall trees, scrabbled up the tree, reached the top, climbed out on the branches to get a good view around him. And he noticed that he appeared to be in an oasis. That off in the distance, in all directions, he could see sand dunes. Sand dunes the height of towers. He didn't know where he was. He just knew this seemed to be an oasis in a huge desert. And in one direction he could see mountains way off, just the peaks, just the other side of the desert. And he knew they must be a long way away because he could literally just see the peaks of those mountains. And the boy climbed back down the tree again. He could hear the sounds of birds, other animals, that probably enjoyed this oasis in the dry desert. He noticed that the sun was rapidly moving across the sky. And so he was going to have to set up a camp for the night, and he thought this would be a fun thing. And he felt like somehow he was going along with the story. So he wandered off, he got himself some wood, came back and put it down. Wandered off, found himself some dry bits of grass, dry leaves, came back and put them down. He wandered off and got himself some large leaves and some larger bits of wood, and came back and put them down. And then the first thing he did was he cleared a little space. And used a bit of wood to scratch out a hole and scratch away the topsoil and the grass. and then made himself a fire. And then lit that fire. By energetically rubbing two bits of wood together. And he felt so proud of that fire that he'd lit. And then as the sun continued to set, so he built himself a camp. He got himself the larger bits of wood. He peeled off the bark from some of the wood and used that to tie some of those larger bits together. And he weaved the large leaves between the wood, creating a triangular little camp for himself that was narrow at one end and wider at the other. He then settled down for the night to sleep. And he wondered what sort of adventure he was going to be having, what this land was, how an adventure would unfold. And as he drifted asleep, he drifted into the most pleasant dreams. He knew that back where his body was in the library, time would be standing still. And that all this time would feel like a long time, but real time won't have passed at all. And as he fell asleep, he gazed up at the stars, watched a shooting star cross the sky, thinking he could almost hear a fizzling sound. And fell into the most wonderful sleep. And then in the morning, the boy woke up. He picked some food in this oasis to eat. He put some in a bag to take with him. He didn't know what he was going to do, what was going to happen, what kind of adventure he was going to go on. And as he looked up in the sky, he noticed that clouds were forming, and that it didn't take long in this morning for clouds to form, for the clouds to cover the sun, and for rain to start falling. And he thought this must be an unusual occurrence here in the desert. And as the rain was falling, it was falling heavier and heavier. He got his shelter, and he decided to turn it upside down and start converting it into a raft as he noticed the lake was starting to flood. And the lake filled higher and higher, and the oasis was becoming more flooded and more underwater, until there was only treetops above the water. And the boy was on his raft, when all of a sudden one of the banks of the lake burst, and all the water sped off out into the desert. And the boy held on tight as he got dragged along with it, as he got dragged along for the ride. And he whizzed and he curved and he spun. And his makeshift boat danced its way down out of the oasis, dodging trees, out across the desert, and the rain was getting heavier and heavier and heavier. The water was getting higher and higher, and it was weaving between dunes, flowing, weaving. And he was getting thrown deeper and deeper into the desert, towards those distant mountains. And yet the storm was still getting heavier and heavier, stronger and stronger. The flood was rising higher and higher. He felt this was an unnatural storm. He'd never seen anything like it in any books. It was almost like something out of a movie, the level of water. And yet he felt safe because he felt like this must be part of the story. And he's along for the ride. And it flooded higher and higher, until as he looked back he could see that the water was just about covering the treetops. And yet it was still getting higher and higher, and it was still draining away towards those mountains. And he was being pushed faster and faster until he felt like he was on a motor racing car. Travelling faster and faster towards those mountains. And after a whole day of rain and being pushed along in this boat, suddenly the water was reaching the mountains and crashing into the mountains, and the boy's boat crashed into the mountain and he tumbled out, landing on the mountain. And yet it was still raining, so he started climbing the mountain to get away from the water. And he climbed higher and higher up that mountain. And then a dragon swooped down and with a huge thud landed on the mountainside, dropped its head down in front of the boy, opened its wings out and lowered them, and then gazed up at the boy. The boy ran over, jumped on the neck of the dragon as the water was just reaching the dragon, and the dragon took off and launched into the air, flying up higher into the mountain. And the dragon flew all the way to the top of the mountain, to a circular stone area with pillars around it, and it thudded down in the centre of that circle. Lowered its neck, the boy got off, and gazed out from the top of the mountain and noticed that they were above the cloud level, that the flood couldn't make it up here because they're above the clouds that are causing the flood. From up here he felt a sense of calm and peace. And as he gazed out over the cloud tops that he couldn't see through, the dragon started talking in a low, rumbly voice, saying that this flood was caused by a wizard in a nearby land, that's trying to wipe everything out, to have all the land for himself. And that there was a story of a boy who was going to come and be saviour, who was going to come and find a way of dealing with that wizard. And the boy thought to himself, well, what could he do? But then thought, he's part of a story. He doesn't have to know exactly what to do. The story will tell him. The story will play out. So he spoke to the dragon and asked the dragon what he's supposed to do next. And the dragon said that he can fly the boy to the other land. But then the boy is on his own. And that he'll need to find the answer himself. And the boy climbed back on that dragon, flew over the clouds, and headed off to that other land. He flew way over where the clouds were, way over all the desert. He was getting tired because he'd been up all day, he'd climbed a mountain. He'd fought the rough water, and he hadn't yet eaten. Apart from grabbing a bite to eat first thing. So he got some of the food that he had in his bag. He ate that while he was being flown by the dragon. Then on landing in this other land, he noticed how fertile it was. That the whole land was really hilly. It didn't really have trees. And he could see a huge castle a little way in the distance. The dragon said this is as far as he can take the boy. And the dragon let the boy off. And the boy decided to set up camp for now. He'd go to that palace in the morning. So he created his own camp, ate some food, and settled down for the night, and drifted comfortably asleep. And was awoken in the morning by the sounds of birds, of wildlife. He packed his stuff up and he started his journey to the palace. He didn't know what he was going to do, how he was going to deal with this wizard. And as he neared the palace, he saw ghosts or spirits or something start coming out of the hillsides and the ground. And at first he was a bit nervous, and then he decided that it's got to just be an illusion. It can't be real. And the spirits seemed to pass through him, and they sounded threatening. But they didn't seem to be able to do anything, and he continued walking. And then he saw a wall of ice suddenly appear in front of him, built from the ground up. And he knew that it must be from the wizard, who can obviously control the elements, because he'd made the storm appear. And the boy touched on the ice and felt that it was solid. And then he lit a fire at the base of the ice. And channeled the heat towards the ice. and he started melting that ice, melting a hole just big enough before the fire went out for him to squeeze through. He continued his journey. And before he reached the palace, he saw the wizard standing in his path, and the wizard hammered down a staff and said, "You won't pass here." And the boy said, "That's right, I won't pass there." And the wizard said, "That's what I said, you won't pass here." And the boy said, "That's what I said, I won't pass there." And the wizard was confused. And the boy turned left and ignored the wizard and started walking. And after a little distance, he ducked off the path and crept in a different direction, and crept diagonally back towards the route he needed to go, and managed to pass the wizard. And he carried on the path and arrived at the palace, and found surprisingly that the palace door was already open. And he walked in and he climbed the stairs higher and higher. And as he climbed the stairs and then crossed a room, and then climbed some more stairs and crossed another room, he had this feeling that he should pick up a mirror that he saw. And he picked up the mirror and just carried it with him as he climbed the stairs higher and higher. And at the top of the palace, in one of the keeps, was a room, and in that room, the wizard was just standing there, holding a staff and standing in front of what looked like a giant stone cup, holding blue, frothy, smoky water. And the wizard was making some kind of spell. And the boy walked in and calmly sat down. And he didn't know what he was doing or why. He walked in and calmly sat down. Then the wizard aggressively shouted something and pointed his staff, and out shot a blue ball of light, a bit like a blue ball of fire. And the boy held up the mirror, and it bounced back at the wizard, and then the wizard did again and again, both times bouncing back. And then the boy just walked towards the wizard holding the mirror up. And the wizard kept making spell after spell, shouting things at the boy, and everything kept just bouncing back on him. Nothing affected the boy. And the boy realized this is how you handle conflict. This is how you handle a wizard like this. And he intuitively realized this. And then the wizard gave his largest spell and aggressively fired his largest ball of light, taking everything that was blue and in that giant stone cup, or that altar, and fired it all at the boy, and the boy was just remaining calm. And it hit the mirror, all bounced back, and the wizard vanished in a puff of blue smoke. The boy put down the mirror, went to the window, looked out over the land, wondering whether anything had changed and what had just happened. He found his way back down out of the palace, where he saw the dragon bowing down on the ground. And the dragon told him that he saved the land. He doesn't know what the boy did, but somehow the boy managed to defeat the wizard's magic. And the boy just thought to himself, all he did was allow the wizard to use his magic on himself. He didn't have any special powers himself. He just let the wizard see himself for what he was and react with himself. And the dragon flew the boy back towards that oasis. And at the oasis, the waters had receded. Everything was looking more like it did, just soaking wet. And a bit more sand covered. And the dragon landed in the oasis area. The boy climbed down, went over to where he'd set up that fire initially, went over to where he knew the book was in the library. He sat down on the floor, and as he sat down, he could see the floor of the library and the book at his feet. He crossed his legs, and as he closed the book, he saw the dragon taking off, and the world fading away, and he found himself sat on the floor in the library. He got up, he went and put the book away. Having enjoyed another tale here, and left the library and made his journey home, and had the most wonderful night's sleep, dreaming of that land, of that oasis, and of unexplored areas he would love to have hung around and explored. So as you listen to me and continue to drift into a comfortable sleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster with the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be with the words that I use, or whether you'll drift asleep faster with the spaces between my words. And as you begin to comfortably fall asleep, I'll tell you a story in the background. It's a story about a woman who has recently moved into her brand new house, and she had saved for years and years and years for a deposit for her own house, and she was excited now that she's finally living in her new house. And after weeks of organising things and putting in furniture and taking everything out of boxes and putting it all in the right place, finally she gets to look around her house and see it completed and done just as she imagined in her mind it would look. And she walked from room to room, admiring that this is her new house. Seeing how she's laid things out, where she's put things. Then she walked through the kitchen and out into the garden. And for the first time in her new house, she felt she had time to stop and relax. And she sat down on a chair in the garden to begin to take some time to relax, following all this hard work she'd put in. And she sat on this chair and had a drink beside her, and had a book, and she started reading that book. And while she was reading the book, she could hear birds in the background. She could feel the breeze on her face, see the way the trees at the end of the garden were swaying in the breeze. And she hadn't really done anything to the garden yet, but the previous owners had looked after the garden. And after a while of sitting there reading, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face, she had decided to have a little wander around the garden, a little explore. She'd never really explored this garden yet, hadn't had time. So she walked down the garden, taking in the smells of the flowers in the flower bed. Walked all the way to the trees at the back of the garden. And she knew that her garden extended on for some way into the trees. So she walked through the trees. She wanted to know what the view was like over the back of the garden. So she walked through the trees and went and took a look at the view. And at the back of the garden was undulating fields and countryside and some woodland. And she turned back into her garden again, and she saw what looked like a stone wall. Just a slight little bit of ruins of a stone wall. And she thought this was curious, and so she went and took a look. And she explored this stone wall. And she stood facing at the end of the stone wall in the direction it was pointing, to try and see if she could see whether there was any other bits of stone wall. And she saw through the trees that there was, and so she walked there. And she started discovering that there was obviously some kind of a property, some kind of a building here that's now just ruins. And she started walking around and trying to mark out the boundaries of this property, work out how one wall connects to another bit of ruin, and that connects to another bit. And then she started looking at it and trying to work out what kind of ruins was this? What's the age of this? And she found this intriguing and exciting, having ruins in your own back garden. She didn't know if they were old ruins, or ruins from perhaps just 20 years ago. And she was curious to try to find out. And once she'd marked out all the bits of the ruins and worked out roughly where the walls were for this building, she started looking within those walls to see if there was anything of interest, any clues. And she thought that this can't be too recent because there were trees in the middle of the ruins as well as outside the ruins, and the trees looked about as old as each other. So the ruins had to be older than the trees. And she started exploring in the centre of those ruins. And she was down on her hands and knees, brushing away at the ground with her hands, having a look for anything she could find. And after a little while of searching, she found an area that looked like stones or bricks or some kind of masonry near the middle of the building. And so she started uncovering that. She went back towards the house and went to the shed, and she got herself a little trowel, and she came back and she started excitingly uncovering that bit of masonry, that bit of whatever it was that was built long ago. And mud had got inside it and around it. So she carefully started digging that all out, and digging from around it all, and just scraping it away. And then as she was clearing out the centre of it, just very, very carefully, little bit at a time, she found what looked like an ornate egg, a slightly oversized ornate egg. And it was all muddy, and so she carefully with her fingertips started clearing off the mud. And as she cleared off the mud, so she noticed that it seemed like it had gold on it, and it had some purple on it, and it had some white on it. And it was actually in very good condition, and yet it looked very old. And once she'd got that out of there, she decided to go back down the garden, back to that chair. And she went back to the chair and started looking at the egg, and she tried to search, see if she could figure out what it was. And she looked really closely at it, looked at the top and the bottom. She felt the weight of it moving up and down in her hand. She shook it gently to see if it sounded like there was anything inside it. But as she shook it, so she noticed it did sound like there was something inside it. So she thought there must be a way of opening this egg. And she obviously didn't want to damage it. So she carefully looked at the outside of the egg, at all the different detail, trying to find something about this egg that would give her some kind of a clue as to how to open it. She couldn't see any way into the egg, so she was reasonably confident it wasn't just a bit of mud has got in there, and that the shaking, that you can hear the sound, is a bit of mud. She was sure it must be something in there on purpose. And as she pressed gently around the different points around the outside of the egg, so suddenly the egg popped open, and she could see this rolled up piece of paper. And she looked on that rolled up piece of paper and saw that it spoke about a specific stone feature. And it had a drawing of that stone feature. And it was an upright feature, and it was surrounded by a stone circle, a circle made of over a dozen stones. And there was a picture of that. And there was a picture to show and some writing that seemed to point that there was something there. And she couldn't really understand the writing, but she could tell that it seemed to be linked to kind of saying that there's something in this stone circle. And she didn't know where this was. She didn't know if it was nearby or if it was halfway around the world. But she hoped that it would be somewhere nearby, that the reason this was in this ruins is that it had some relevance to this area where she's moved to live. And so she started looking at different maps, different pictures, started searching on the internet, trying to find pictures of the area, pictures of her new house, pictures of the surrounding countryside. And as she looked at different pictures, she found something really intriguing. That there had been a summer that was incredibly dry. And one of the pictures taken during that summer showed this partial circle near some woodland, with about 2/3 of the circle in the field and the other third somehow into the woodland. And it was just the way that, because it had been a very dry year that year, that the grass with the different soil beneath it had been able to grow differently. Some of it had more moisture in the soil than others. And this was just over a far corner of one of the fields that she could see out the back of her property. So she went all the way through her back garden, through the trees, climbed over the fence at the back of the garden into the fields, and started walking through the fields towards that location. And she couldn't find any information to say that any digs have taken place around here. So she was really curious to know whether this was something new, and she was excited. And she could hear the way the ground crunched under her feet as she walked all the way over the fields, those undulating fields. And she walked all the way to that far corner of the field, and she couldn't see the circle now, but she knew roughly where it was. And so she looked at the image of that area and tried to work out roughly where she was in relation to that image. And she found her way to where the center of that circle should be. And using her trowel, she dug down a little bit into that field. And she dug in a few different places, and she noticed that some areas were very stony and the ground that you would expect. And other areas were a different type of soil, as if a gap had been filled in. And she assumed that maybe that location was where there was once something stood up in the middle of that circle, stuck deep into the ground. And so she dug down into that circle, into that location. And after some time of digging, she found a chest. And she pulled that chest up, opened it up, and started reading. And she didn't really understand what the words were that she was saying. She just tried to read the words, trying to figure out what language this was, what it all meant. And as she was trying to read the words, so she felt herself going inside her mind. She felt herself drifting and becoming more calm and meditative. And her eyes began to close. And then it felt like her eyes opened again, only this time she was in a different time, a different location. It still looked like the circle, only the stones were in place. All the trees weren't there, and there were different buildings. And it looked like perhaps 1,000 years earlier. And she didn't know if this was some kind of a dream, and she stood up, started looking around her. And then she saw in the distance a building with some smoke rising from it. And she felt this compelling feeling to head towards that building. And so she walked across the countryside towards that building. And as she got closer, she noticed it looked like a temple, with smoke rising up from the middle, up through the top of the temple. And she found her way all the way to the temple, and there wasn't many people around in the area. And as she walked into the temple, someone greeted her and started talking to her, and she was surprised that she could understand them, and she responded and they seemed to be able to understand her. And she asked where this place was, and they named it something she was unfamiliar with. She asked when this place was, and they gave a date that she was unfamiliar with. She asked how she's there, and they said that she must have read that scroll. She must have read the text that sends you through time and space, and that connects you with a part of your destiny you didn't even know you had. And she was curious and didn't understand what all this meant. And they told her that if she's here for a reason. She's here because perhaps in her time, she's the one that's right and chosen through fate to know this piece of knowledge. And she wondered what piece of knowledge. And they told her that to know the knowledge, she has to demonstrate her courage. She has to climb the ladder in the middle of the building. And she didn't have a problem with heights and thought, well, I'm happy to climb the ladder. And she looked at where the ladder was, and the ladder was going up right where the smoke was going up. And they said that she'll have to climb that ladder to the top. And to do so means climbing up in the smoke. So you're going to have to do it with your eyes closed and while holding your breath. And she now felt this was a bit more of a challenge. but she really wanted to discover what happened next. And she thought to herself, well, this is probably just in my mind, so it's not like there's any risk. And as she thought that, something fell on her foot, and the person smiled at her, while she acknowledged the pain. And they said, this is as real as any other real life. And so she realized, this means she does have to be courageous if she wants this. And realize that anything you work for can often be hard work. And so she took a deep breath, started walking towards the ladder, and just before entering the column of smoke, she closed her eyes, felt the ladder under her hands, moved her foot forward, and stepped on the first rung and felt for it with her foot, and then moved one hand and then the other hand up, and then stepped the other foot onto a rung. And then in her mind's eye she pictured the ladder as she held her breath and remained calm and relaxed. And she lifted up a foot, feeling the rungs, placed the foot on a rung. Then lifted up the other foot, feeling the rungs, placed it on a rung. And moved her hands up and gradually climbed her way up to the top. And when she reached the top, she could feel the air on her face, and she knew that she had passed the top of the temple. She opened her eyes and could see the smoke being blown away by the air just beneath where her head was, and she stepped out onto the top, onto this rooftop, and took a deep breath of fresh, clean air, and sat down just a moment, just to centre herself. And then she saw that there was a chest on this rooftop, and the person who was down below was now up above, sitting near that chest, smiling at her. They gestured to the chest. She went over to the chest, opened it up, and saw this ancient text. She looked at that ancient text and realized it was written in readable language, and she was curious by this. And the person told her, you see what you want to see and what you need to see. It changes to be what you need when you need it. And she read the text and started learning about connecting with nature, valuing nature, and some other important bits and pieces about how to remain calm, how to deal with challenges and adversity, and how to positively impact on those around you in a way that makes them then positively impact on those around them, and so it spreads. And she sat on this rooftop, learning all this knowledge. And after learning all this knowledge, when the person felt it was right for them and that they knew the knowledge, the two of them found themselves at the entrance. She didn't know how she got there. It was almost like she just moved her eyes, or blinked, and yet she was then suddenly in a different place. And they told her that she now knows what she needs to know, and it's time to go back to her time. And as she was told that, her eyes began to open and she found herself sat in that field with a hole in the ground. She put the chest back into the ground, covered it all over again. And with new knowledge, new wisdom, new insights, she went back to her garden, sat down in her garden processing those insights and learnings and the difference it'll make to her life in easy and effortless automatic ways. And she could smell a bit of smoke on her, and so she realized perhaps it wasn't just a dream. And then that night, she settled down for the first proper night where everything was organized and in place in her house, and drifted comfortably and relaxed asleep. So as you listen to me, you can comfortably begin to drift off to sleep. And with your eyes closed, comfortably drifting off to sleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster with the sound of my voice, the words I use, or perhaps you'll fall asleep deeper and quicker with the spaces between my words. And so while you listen to me talking in the background, I'm just going to start telling you a story. About a man who spent all his time running. He ran from point A to point B. He ran from point B to point C. He pretty much seemed to live his life running. And it wasn't that he necessarily enjoyed running. It was that it's what he did. It was something he was good at. And he found running something fascinating. That he would start off running, and sometimes he'd start off running, and he'd be thinking, I don't really want to do this, this is really hard work. But he didn't really have a choice. If he was running, it was because he needed to do it. Other times he'd be running, and those kind of thoughts wouldn't cross his mind. It would just be effortless and easy. And he'd barely notice that he was really running. And so one day he was out running. And he was running down some roads, and they were kind of dirt roads. He was running down these roads. And he had to run because he had to give messages. His job was to deliver messages. And although delivering messages on horseback was quicker, it meant that you had to have a horse with you. And sometimes you had to go places and directions that horses couldn't go. And sometimes you had to keep a low profile, and having a horse with you wouldn't keep a low profile. So the preferred way of passing messages was via roadrunners, people whose job was just to be told a message, and they'd run and relay that message to others. And this person was one of the fastest, and was able to travel some of the longest distances. And people had often asked him what his secret was to be able to run so fast for so long, and to travel such long distances. And he said that when he starts running, sometimes he doesn't enjoy it and he doesn't really want to be doing it. Other times he's okay about it and he gets on with it. But what happens regardless is after a while of running, you fall into a rhythm. Left, right, left, right, left, right. You fall into this rhythm, left, right, of the feet hitting the ground, one, then the other, one, then the other. And there's a certain rhythm and a certain feel to each foot bouncing on the ground. And then gradually, the feet begin to feel like they're barely touching the ground, almost like you're gliding. He said there's a certain rhythm to the pumping of the arms. The right, left, right, left. And that would go into autopilot. He said that you'd just be gazing forward, and while you're gazing forward, everything would just appear pretty similar, and it would start to disappear around your peripheral vision. And you'd go into this kind of strange zone where you stop being aware of your body, you stop being aware of your surroundings, and it becomes almost like you're just gliding from point A to point B, like you're no longer actively trying to do something, you just are doing. And he explained that this is something that happens to him. That means that once he's in that zone, in that space, he can just run and run and run. That he doesn't feel like he's expending any energy. He falls into a rhythm where if he consciously tried to increase his rate of running, he'd overexert himself and it would be difficult. But he didn't decide that this was the speed he wanted to run at. This was the speed he fell into running at. This was the speed that everything just fell into sync. All the rhythms synchronized, and the running just seems to occur. And he doesn't speed up and he doesn't slow down, because that would change the rhythms. It would change his breathing rhythms to his rhythms of his feet, to the rhythms of his arms. It would change the very slight undulating view that he has around him as he bounces on the ground ever so slightly. There's an almost imperceptible wave of vision. And in his mind, he just keeps the message he has to pass on, just fixed in his mind, focusing on that message. And on this day, he had to bring some really good news. He had to let somebody know that their child just had a child. Now their child in reality is no longer still a child, but to them it's their child. Their baby is having a baby. And he knows that's how they think about it, and so he knows what that impact of that message will be on them. And these are the kind of messages he enjoys giving and sharing. Messages of hope, of love. And so this helps him to go into this running rhythm even easier, because his mind's on seeing their face when he passes the message on that moment when he tells them, and he sees them say, our baby's all grown up, they've had a baby of their own. Some messages he has to pass on aren't so nice, but he knows that if you go into this zone, the role of going from A to B can be comfortable. And so he runs down a road, turns towards a river. And there's no road near the river, and he has to head down near the river. And so he runs along the edge of the river. And the river's a tidal river, and at the moment the river's out a little bit. And so he's able to run just along where the water will be a little later. And each step in this slightly softer ground has a different sound and feeling to the solid ground on a road. And as he's running, he's aware of the sound of the river flowing and running next to him. And he follows this river. He notices people on boats in the river, some just sitting there fishing, others rowing, obviously going places themselves. And he follows the river as far as he needs to, until it gets to a bridge. He then runs up onto the road that goes over the river, runs over that bridge, and then follows the road down the other side of the river. And after quite a while, that road turns off into some woodland. And the woodland is one of his favourite places to run. The way the shards of light dance and bounce on the road in front of him. The coolness of having trees above you. The breeze you get on your face. The sounds of birds and other animals in the woods. He finds there's always something so calming and comfortable here. And so he enjoys his run through the woods, exiting the woods at the other side, now running through meadows. And being such a fast runner, he finds himself catching up with horse and cart, and overtaking horse and cart. People say hello to him as he runs by. And in his own mind he goes into his own world, but instinctively his body says hello back, and he carries on running, just looking forward to giving this good news. And eventually he arrives at the village he's visiting. And he goes into the village, he finds the house of the couple he's got to share the news with. He finds the couple. He says, I've got some really good news. You're going to be grandparents. and he shares the news with them. He watches their faces as tears come to their eyes, tears of joy, of love. They give him a message to take back. And part of that message is that they'll be following along behind him in a horse and cart, due to arrive a few days after he gets back. And these are the kind of messages he enjoys giving. He enjoys the positivity, the love, being able to share good news. And before he sets off, he needs to have something to eat. And he needs to rest for the night. And so the couple kindly put him up in a room in their place. They give him some food for the evening. He eats that food, he's incredibly grateful. He goes to bed and drifts comfortably asleep, knowing the next day he's going to be making his journey back to that couple. And he's going to be able to say to the couple that their parent is going to be there in just a few days. And while he drifts off asleep, he drifts into a dream, and it's the most unusual dream. He finds himself in a crystal cave, walking through this cave past giant crystals, crystals poking from the ceiling, crystals poking from the walls, crystals poking from the ground. As he walks near them, he can see his face in them, distorted in some, looking perfect and pristine in others. You can hear the echoes of his footsteps in this cave. He's holding a candle, and he can see the way the candlelight dances off the crystals, the way it reflects on the cave walls, and on a small stream of water that's running through the cave. He thinks it's an unusual dream, but he knows it's obviously teaching him something about himself. And so he walks deeper into the cave, following the stream, looking at the different crystals, looking at how he looks different in each of the crystals. And he admires some, and some surprise him. But he finds he's learning something about being in this cave. And he thinks it's an unusual night's dream. He doesn't know exactly what it all means, but he does have a sense of learning, of inner discovery and growth. And then after a while, he finds it fading into the distance. And he finds himself stood in a park. And it's not a park he knows. The buildings look all weird. They don't look like the kind of buildings he's used to seeing. He sees people, and they're dressed weird. not how he's used to seeing people dressed. He sees there's occasional flashing lights passing through the sky, not just stars. He sees that the park is lit, but the lights lighting up the park don't flicker like the lights he's used to. He hears sounds, and he finds his way out of the park. Then he sees the roads, and the roads look different. Smoother, wider, with drawings on them. And instead of horse and cart, he sees the carts without the horses moving by themselves. Many of them shiny. And he's in awe and wonder about all of this, unsure what it means, what it's teaching him. And then after a while of sleep, and these curious, unusual dreams, he wakes up, eats some breakfast, and he tells the couple that he's going to run now. And he sets back off, and he runs his way out from the village. He runs his way back towards the woods. He finds himself drifting pleasantly into that zone, running through the woods, feeling the cool air on his skin, falling into that rhythm, aware of the sound of the leaves blowing in the breeze, noticing the way the light dances on the path in front of him. Then exiting the other side and running down the side of the river, down towards that bridge. And while he's running, he has a sense of these dreams, that somehow, being in this reverie while running, he's learning something in his mind. He's learning something internally, although he doesn't know what or how. Then he crosses the bridge over the river. And the tide is in, and so he runs along the riverbank, up on the riverbank, which has more of a thud. He runs along there, and heads all the way back to where he started this run. And while he's running back, he starts wondering what his next job will be, because he never knows. He delivers one message, then another. And people can tell from the way he's dressed that he's a runner. He's someone who delivers messages. And they pay him small amounts of money to deliver these messages. It's enough for him to live on and keep him happy. But he never knows, as he just wanders around, who's going to say, "I've got a message for you to deliver," and where that delivery will take him, and what he'll learn on the way. Sometimes he delivers messages one way, other times, like now, he delivers messages back, Sometimes people ask him to deliver a few messages backwards and forwards, but usually he delivers messages in one direction, and then finds someone eventually who wants him to deliver another message to another location, and he'll take that message and he'll deliver it to someone in another location. And he delivers the message back that the grandparents will be visiting. And he sees how happy the couple are. He sees the little baby. And then decides he can take some time for himself to go and chill out, to go and relax. He finds a comfortable spot to sit under a tree, make himself comfortable. He closes his eyes, rests a hat on his head just over his face, and with a smile on his face and comfort inside him, he drifts off to sleep. So as you listen to this story, you can close your eyes and you can begin to comfortably fall asleep. And as you fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep quicker with the sounds of my words or my voice, with the spaces between my words, or whether you'll just fall asleep, drifting off, imagining the story I tell. And so as you listen along and fall asleep, you can have a sense of somebody who's just arriving on a holiday. And this holiday was a surprise to them. They don't know what to expect. They were just given a plane ticket and told that a vehicle will meet them at the other end. So they don't know where they're going, and they're excited by this. As they leave the airport, they see someone holding up a card with their name on it. They go and get into a taxi, and they're very attentive because of the curiosity. They've never been here before. They can see in the distance mountains, and the mountains get closer as they drive towards them. And as they drive further out of the city area, further away from the airport, so the land becomes greener, more lush. And it's warm outside that taxi, and the taxi driver doesn't talk, he's just gazing forward, driving along. And so they look outside the window, they look out the passenger window, they look out the front windscreen, just watching trees going by, voluminous trees passing by. And after what felt like a while, the car turns off of the road and onto an off-road track. And the car has good suspension, the ride is smooth. and the track is dry. And the sounds of the wheels going over that dirt track. And as they look out the window, seeing this dirt track off in the distance, seeing how the trees are full of green, full of leaves, almost meeting above the road, with just enough space to be able to gaze through and see the sky, see some white clouds. And after what seemed quite a while longer, the car reached a bridge, and the car stopped at the bridge, and this bridge arched over a wide, calm lake. And the driver said that from this point on, they're on their own. And over the other side of the lake is a grand mansion. And so the person thanks the driver, gets his suitcase, and walks to the bridge and starts walking over the bridge. And he notices as he's walking along the dry dirt track, the sound of his footsteps and how they change as he gets near the bridge and walks onto the bridge, and the bridge is wooden. And he notices the sound of the footsteps on the bridge. As they walk over the bridge, they really take their time. They're in no hurry. They can see the mansion they're heading toward. So they're in no hurry, they want to take in the beauty. And as they walk up and onto the bridge, they look down into the water and can see how clear that water is, almost like gazing through glass, looking down through the water and seeing fish swimming in the water, darting around, seeing the way light shimmers through the water and dances on the bottom like lines of light, with barely a wave on the surface. And noticing plants in the water, long green strands of plants that are just swaying very gently under the water. And noticing such subtle movement under the water, looking so calm and peaceful. And taking a deep breath in of the fresh air above the water, having that slight watery smell. Only the slightest breeze that you can notice when you focus really hard on your awareness of your skin. the slightest sound of rustling leaves from the trees around the lake. And then the sound of the taxi driving off the way it came. And knowing that whatever your holiday entails, you're on your own now to have the adventure. And so the person carries on crossing the lake, dragging their suitcase behind them with the sound of the wheels on the wooden bridge, thinking to themselves how the sound kind of ruins the atmosphere, that everything was so calm and peaceful, the sound of birds in the distance, gazing off up into the sky and noticing some circling birds of prey, unsure right now what they are, but just noticing them circling in updrafts of warm air. Trying to get an idea of the size of the lake. It's quite wide and it's quite a long bridge. And when they reach the middle, they stand there and take a photo in one direction and then turn around and take a photo in the other, getting an idea of the length of this lake, before continuing to cross the width of the lake, noticing there are some small boats, just little sailboats, for just one or two people, and a couple of rowboats off in the distance, way off in the distance. And noticing, while looking around, that there's woodland around the mansion, and off behind the woodland are some mountains, and high up in the mountains is cloud and snow. And the person wonders whether they'll go up there at some point during their trip. And they carry on across the bridge. And then follow the path up to that mansion. And then at the mansion, they admire the wooden door, admire the craftsmanship of the woodwork on the door, and knock the door knocker, hearing it resonate and reverberate through the wood and into the mansion. And then they take some time just listening to sounds coming from within that mansion. As someone's obviously pottering around, they can hear some echoing footsteps. Someone's obviously been tasked with getting the door, and their footsteps are echoing as they potter around and put things down and move around, working their way to the door. And then a couple of unlocking sounds happen behind the door, and the door swings open, and they've arrived. And as the door swings open, they see a butler and smell the musty smell of old books, of an old property. And they walk in and they get welcomed. They get told that they're going to get shown to their room where they can put their stuff down, settle in, before dinner will be served. So they take some time to follow the butler up a flight of stairs, then up another flight of stairs, and down a long corridor. With beautiful paintings of people, of landscapes, of pet dogs, and a pet cat. All obviously painted over a span of hundreds of years. And they get shown to this grand room with a four-poster bed that looked hundreds of years old, with the thickest mattress they'd ever seen. Layers and layers of bedding, a drawn back curtain around each of the pillars, tied to the pillar, stained glass window with one of them open looking out over a beautiful garden, allowing some fresh air to flow into the room. The bathroom off this room, with wooden work surfaces, and a bowl for a sink. It looked like it probably hadn't changed much in hundreds of years. The butler left the room, closing the door behind him, leaving the person alone in the room. A part of their mind was saying, just go and sit down on that bed. You've made this long journey. Rest just a moment. But another part of them just wanted to explore a little around the room. There was no TV in the room. They took a while exploring around, looked in the cupboards, looked under the bed, looked in the side drawers, and went over to the open window. And the window had an area that you could just sit down and gaze out into the garden. And they thought to themselves, this would be a lovely place to sit and read and relax, just sitting in this window seat, breathing in that fresh air, only sounds of nature outside, looking out over a beautiful garden, colours of the flowers, perfectly manicured. Looking out over the woodland behind the garden, and looking off to the side and seeing the lake, and looking off to the other side and seeing the bottom of the mountains. And they went back, sat on the bed, decided to change their clothes. After changing, they decided to just lie back on the bed a moment. Feel what it feels like to be lying on that incredibly comfortable bed. And they had to fight to just stay awake. They thought, oh, this is so comfortable. You just want to drift off asleep. They gazed up at the material above their head, the patterns on the material. And after a little while there was a knock on the door and the butler saying that dinner's ready. They followed the butler through the building down to a dining room. And there was just a handful of other guests staying here. They could hear the clunking, the clanging of cutlery, of crockery, as guests were starting on their food. Waiters were bringing food to the tables, serving guests. And they sat down and enjoyed the meal. And just listening to others' conversations, just being present and in the moment, not really feeling any urge to join in, and no one minding, just enjoying, relaxing, enjoying having this peace, this time away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Just enjoying the environment. Before then moving to another room. It was a cosy room. It was a dimly lit room with the most beautiful fire in the corner. And comfortable sofas and chairs dotted around. Books all round the walls. And so just looking around those books, smelling that old book smell, hearing that crackling fire, noticing the dancing light from the fire on the walls. Being aware of how everyone in the room is so relaxed and peaceful, just gently chatting, gently relaxing. And then picking a book off the shelf, sitting in front of that fire, feeling the warmth of the fire on your cheeks while reading that book. And feeling a bit drifty and dozy and sleepy. And noticing how the sun is setting outside, the sky is changing colours. And so taking themselves off to bed, ready for the next day, and going to bed, falling asleep. And while falling asleep, feeling good about tomorrow, wondering what they'll have to look forward to tomorrow. And sleeping quickly. And then waking in the morning, having breakfast, and deciding to do something with the day. this holiday is only for one more night, and then they have to get picked up and taken back to their normal everyday life. So they want to get the most out of this. They want to be able to take back some comfort, some relaxation, some learning. So they have a look at a map of the area that they found among all the books. And they see that high up in the mountains is a castle. And they read that this castle has some legends and some history to it, and has been abandoned for centuries. And very few people make the trip up to the castle, and that was motivation enough to go and do it. So they decide that if they're going up into the mountains, they're going to need to dress appropriately. They get some warm clothes. They take some skis in case they'll need them. They talk to others in the castle about the journey they'll be taking, and they find out that it's not actually too bad a journey. The path is easily doable. They decide to just read a bit more about the castle first, and they hear about a legend. A legend that there once was a wizard that lived up in that castle. And that wizard had a book of knowledge. And by reading that book of knowledge, you would understand wonders of the universe, of life, of reality. And how to get the best out of life. And so they wondered whether that book might still be there, and whether they would recognize it if it was. And the mansion owners allowed them access to a motorbike, so they could travel up to that castle, making their journey even easier. And it was only a small motorbike, but they thought this'll be fun to make the journey on. They set off from the mansion, headed round the back of the mansion, and started making the journey into the mountains. And they could feel the ground beneath them vibrating through that motorbike. The high-pitched motor sound as they revved and progressed up through the mountain. Following that path, occasionally, the back wheel would spin and skid. They were heading through the trees, past pine trees that were swaying in the breeze. Following that path higher into the mountains. And as they continued following that path higher into the mountains, they were aware of how the sun was traversing the sky, how the sun was beginning to approach the middle of the day. They continued their journey. And they couldn't quite see the castle from where they were. But they knew roughly where it was, and they knew that ultimately this path would get there. But they did notice how the temperature began to change as they progressed from the mansion through one set of trees, through the pine trees. And gradually the pine trees gave way to grasses. And the path began to turn to a small bridge that was over a stream that was flowing down from the mountain, down towards the lake. And they took the turning up along the side of the stream and started seeing the first signs of snow. And had to put another layer on because it was getting a bit colder. They could see their breath as they continued up the mountain. And they put on some gloves, kept their hands warm. And as the sun continued passing across the sky, they decided to stop and take a break. They were well past the tree line now, so they wondered what the view would be from up here. They decided to take a break, get a small chair that they had on their back. They set up that chair and a small fire. They cooked themselves some food, while sitting and gazing out over the view from halfway up this mountain. And they looked out, they could see that lake, and the way the sun was shining and reflecting and glistening on the surface of the water. They could see, almost imperceptibly, little boats down on that lake. They could see the bridge they crossed to the mansion. Way, way off in the distance, in a haze, they could see more built-up areas, more city-like areas, the tall buildings of the city. And they could breathe in that cool mountain air that felt refreshing as it passed into the lungs. It didn't have the same stuffy feeling that the warm air had at times down around that mansion. After resting a while and having a drink and a bite to eat, they put their fire out, covered it all over, packed their things away, and carried on their journey, onwards and upwards. They carried on their journey on that motorbike. And there was barely a sign that they were still on a path as they continued that journey. For they knew where they had to go, and they knew that this kind of was a path. It's just that no one ever really took this route or went on this journey. Most people were happy to stay down in that mansion. They were happy to use a swimming pool that's out the back of the mansion. They were happy to enjoy the gardens, to go for walks in the woodland, go on boats on the lake, to wander into the meadows and the lowland, to see deer and other animals. Most people who came here didn't want to exert the energy it takes to discover something new, to go on a journey like this. They were happy to just keep things simple. For this person knew the rewards would be great. Even if they don't find this book of knowledge, they knew they would enjoy the journey. They'd have a tale to tell when they get home. And as the day progressed into the afternoon, they were now back on a bit of track that allowed them to see that castle. And the mountain had now got far more steep. They had to park up the motorbike and go on foot from here. And they continued to follow that stream, which was now like a series of small waterfalls, jumping in steps down the mountain. They followed that stream and can smell the fresh water from that stream. They were now well within the snow line. They could feel the crunching snow with each step they took. As they continued climbing higher into this mountain, after what was quite an exhausting climb, they finally got to a point where there was a small bridge that they could see in the distance, that was at the top of a small path. It was a very steep path with hundreds of steps, and the small bridge went over a really steep waterfall that led down into the rest of that stream. And they began their journey up those steps, taking their time so as not to get too exhausted, just relaxing, taking their time and enjoying the journey, enjoying the walk, enjoying the view as they look back over where they came, look back over towards that lake, gazed out over all the woodland, and at the top of the steps they crossed that bridge and noticed how slippery it was, but they held on, crossed the bridge to the thunderous sound of that waterfall, and then carried on the path the other side of the bridge. And they could now see that the edge of the castle was just around the corner, and there was this small footpath leading from the bridge toward the castle. So they followed that footpath, excited that they were now so close to this castle, and arrived at the castle. And the castle looked a bit ruined. The roof in places appeared to have caved in. Some bits the stonework had caved in, but other areas looked like they were still enclosed and still standing fine. So they walked into that castle through an open door and started exploring, and noticed as they were exploring how the temperature changed as they were indoors, inside the castle walls. Noticed how the sound of their footsteps changed as they were now walking inside the castle. And they walked through some ways and found there was no roof above them, only sky, and that the rooms were full of snow. Then they would walk down a long corridor and find themselves opening a door to a grand room untouched for hundreds of years. Looking like people had just decided one day to leave the castle exactly as it is. There were still paintings on the walls. There was still cutlery on tables, and books in bookcases, and swords and shields, and armour, as if someone one day had just decided to walk off and leave the castle. And they wondered whether this book of knowledge would be in a library. They thought to themselves, most castles have a library, and they hoped that the library would be intact. And every step they took echoed through the corridors. And the sound had a certain quality to it, surrounded by so much stone. And they occasionally reached out and touched the stone, touching some stonework, like around corners and pillars, that was so smooth, so perfectly shiny and smooth, where the masonry was incredible. And other areas, like in corridors, where it was left rustic and not polished down, and it had a rough texture. They thought to themselves about how interesting that contrast was between the rough texture of the stones in corridors and the smooth, polished texture of the stones inside rooms and communal areas. And how the sound of their footsteps changed as they walked on stone and walked on rugs on the ground in certain rooms. And the castle was quite dark. There was no lights lighting the castle. So corridors were very dark, with just narrow windows lining the corridors. And then rooms would have an unusual lighting, often having stained glass windows mixed with clear glass windows that were made up of lots of small pieces of glass making pictures, telling stories in the window. And the mottled sun would shine in, creating different lighting in different places depending on which bit of window it's shining through, creating interesting lighting effects around the rooms. and they eventually found what looked like a library. And although it was warmer in the castle than outside the castle, it wasn't exceptionally warm because there was no heating. It was just warmer because it was shut off from the elements. It was just warmer because the walls were many meters thick. And they started looking at the different books on the shelves, wondering, how do you spot a book of knowledge? And they thought to themselves, if this book is so special and so legendary, if it's here, it must be obvious. Because anything that special would probably take pride of place in some way or another. And they saw a book on a stand, open. And when they went over to it and looked at it, it looked handwritten, in ornate handwriting. And they could barely understand what it said, but could kind of just about follow it. But it didn't seem particularly interesting, and yet it was here, the only book on a stand, as if it's got pride of place. They picked up the book off the stand to look at what it was called on the front, or on the spine, see if there's a name somewhere on it. And as they picked it up, so the top of the stand raised up as the weight of the book was released. And as the top of the stand raised up, so one of the shelves of books slid to the side, very noisily and mechanically, revealing a tunnel, revealing a passage, some steps, going under the castle. So the person put that book down on the floor for now. He didn't want to close the tunnel again on himself. And he went and walked down that narrow staircase, going down deeper and deeper. And he got a torch out. He followed deeper and deeper down this spiral staircase, this narrow staircase going deep down under the castle. And the deeper he went, the warmer the air felt. And the sound quality changed. Sound became more muffled, more absorbed by the surroundings. And at the bottom of the staircase was a wooden door, and he opened that door and shone the torch into the room. And the torch couldn't really light up much of this room. The room was bigger than the torch could reach. So he got out a lighter and he lit one of the lights next to the door. And then he went around the room lighting other lights as he saw them with the light of the previous light, until eventually he had the whole room lit and light reflected off of gold, light reflected around the room, revealing ornate masonry, revealing colours of paints that are probably very rare when it was all done, like purples, reds, blues. And in the middle of the room was a large book on a pedestal. And the book was closed, and the front cover of the book had jewels encrusted on it, had gold on it, and they opened the book and saw the writing in the book and realised this is the book of knowledge that they were looking for. And although it was difficult to understand everything that was written, they understood enough to realise this book contained incredible knowledge, that this book shouldn't be removed from where it is, that it should be here for others to discover. They found some pages that were blank, but reflective, with gold leaf and silver. And they read through this book, and they flicked through the book, learning something different from each page they looked at. And they realised that this knowledge is such a generous gift, and it explained why the castle was left deserted, and that this was left for those who were curious, who like novelty and discovery, to come and discover and learn from, and that the wizard's job was to understand the universe, to understand the connection between all things in the universe, and that this book contained that knowledge in various ways, from deep inside people through to the vastest expanses of space. And after learning some important lessons, they decided to close that book, make their way out of the castle, and head back to the mansion for the final night's sleep before going home. But they found when they got out of the castle that the motorbike had frozen solid and wasn't starting. So they got their skis and decided to ski down that mountain. And they enjoyed skiing and weaving between trees, skiing fast on the straight bits, slowing down and weaving and having that skiing sound, that kind of the sound of the skis in the snow. Before arriving back at the mansion, explaining where the motorbike was, and they said it was fine, they'll get it in the morning. And they were back just in time for dinner, and they thought they've got some tales to tell. And they didn't want to reveal that the book was where it was, because it's left for the curious to find, not left for just anyone to go and find, but just those deserving of that knowledge. Not for people just to go and take it, but for people who respect it. So they went to bed and enjoyed a wonderful night's sleep in that most comfy of beds, absorbing and integrating the knowledge they've learned from that book the generous gifts that that book contained about life, reality, the universe, the connection of all living things. And they dreamt and incorporated and updated their neurology with all this new learning and wonder and wisdom and insight. Before getting up the next morning, having breakfast, and leaving for their journey home.